Hello, papagena. Tu le bella con la papaya.
Hello. 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 Oh no. Fuck! Hello. 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 Oh no.
Oh, hello there.
That's a human with a D.
Hello.
Banana time.
Hello.
That'd suck, I know. Your eyeballs pay for dog's food, though.
Helloing. 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 You know what day it is? I'll be back. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Helloing. Today is Sunday. Sunday Monster Truck Rally. You know what that means. It's pain day for dog. Oh boy. I should probably change the title. Hang on, let me do a thing. I kinda thought of something. Give me a second.
Hello, imbecile.
Alright, we're gonna do this. I think it's add command. It's either command add or add command. I think it might be command add. Let me check. Command add react. Submit reactions in the Discord. Sorry. Submit reactions in the Discord. Submit reactions in the Discord. Submit reaction in the Discord. I think. Okay, good enough. I can fuck around with that command later. All right. So, today I don't think there is anything that we haven't I think we have one submission from last week to this week, but we do have stuff we can catch up on. So that is good. So I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna
Chips, please, not the spray
we're
bottle
gonna
again.
go and check that out. Let's see here. All right. Go here. Hi, Chips. Thanks for checking in. Oh my god. Yes. Tin the Tatman crashes out about Overwatch 2 versus Marvel. Yes, I saw a react to this from Flats. So naturally, we're gonna do the same thing. But we do still have plenty of stuff. Unlucky is Raccoon here? Is Lucky here? If so, we could start doing some of Lucky stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and scroll up, try to get some of the older stuff out. I believe. Is this pinned? It is pinned. Okay. I believe we got Call of Duty Warzone. What went wrong? Human submitted Genius Slime solves the maze. The maze, that stuff is actually kind of cool. I'm back from building a house. Welcome back. So we got a couple things that we can go through right now. I haven't seen Cordias in like forever. I wonder where they've found. So we won't be doing any of those sort of stuff. And then we got Chips with Amelie not being able to pronounce a name correctly, which I think I might do because that one's pretty funny. So we'll do one of our more recent submissions. We'll go ahead and do the Marvel Rivals versus Overwatch 2, and then we will jump back in the React backlog, and we'll try to pull some of that React backlog out. It's better. I wasn't sure if you saw the Tim video from Flats. I have, but hi, New Day, bye, New Day. I have. That being said, though, I saw it a little bit ago, and I think that it's kind of been dumped from my brain a little bit, but I definitely had opinions on some of the things that he was talking about. Some agreeing, some disagreeing, I believe. So we'll go ahead and get that started. We'll start off with that one today. And as we get started, as always, if there's anyone that is new here that is lurking, either that found me, I know we've only been live for like 11 minutes, but hey, you know what? We'll do it. I also need to do this kind of like between videos as well. But yes, if you enjoy this content and you would like to see more of this content, this is completely funded by you guys. If I watch any of these videos ahead of time, it kind of ruins the first run through experience. So most of the things I can't really share React stuff. So this is all funded by you guys. Some things I have seen before and I will rewatch on the channel, but that is mainly because I have my own opinions on them, and I don't think that changes whether or not we watch them. So again, you like this shit, get in the Discord, go in the React channel. I can't guarantee I'll react to all things. Some things just aren't okay. My eyes. Some things aren't as reactable as others. Standard gameplay stuff with no information, no opinion, no nothing is kind of a little more difficult to react to. So if your reaction doesn't get put on stream, do not feel bad. It might just be, hi Ghosty. Hi. It might just be the type of video. Go ahead and keep submitting stuff, and eventually I'm sure you'll get picked up. So don't be discouraged if I don't select one of your videos. It just happens that it doesn't seem to have the right type of content for me. All right. All right. Hi, Gwen. I saw you. I saw you. I think I saw you online the other day, and I was like, I haven't seen Gwen in a bit. So it's just that it's actually fucking hilarious that you just showed up. Because I literally saw you like yesterday, I think, on the Discord, and I thought that was kind of funny. Can I bounce an empty Pringles can off of your head? When I get to the 3.0 or 2.0 model, when I get to the 3D, yeah, you absolutely can. We're gonna go ahead and we're going to the control panel. Oof, been found. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. I never say anything though, because it's like, Ben will come back when he wants. Let's work, Ben. Hello? Oh, hi, Human. Hello, Human. We do have some stuff in the React channel from Human, so we will probably I'll probably try to jump to one of your submissions, Human. I think was yours the maze? Yeah, yours was the slime maze. So we'll probably do that one after this one since you're here. Oh, for a promotion? Oh shit! Oh, I'm so stoked. How's your finances doing? Is the promotion like needed, or is it just going to be some nice extra disposable income you can put away? That was a while ago. Yes, I'm trying to catch up on backlogs. Morning, Mobius.
Oh, looky, Mobius is here.
That's a VIP.
Everyone.
I hate that it says VIP. I need to change that. Also, he's always so excited about it. All right. Okay, I don't think I'm missing anything. Let's go ahead and put myself in the corner. There we go. Did I get a concussion so I can't stay too... How are you the second person within the last 6 months that I know of that has had a brain injury? If I had a nickel for every person that it was in my community that got a brain injury, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Ooh, okay, Gwen. That's good. Yeah, and if you can't stay, thank you for checking in. Hi. It's good to see you. Thank you for the resub. I'm glad things are kind of going well. And I hope you feel better. I'm sorry that you got a concussion. It's okay. Thank you. It's okay if you can't stay. Please take care of yourself, okay? Don't worry about me. I'll always be here. Firefox. Wow. All right. Also, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I was in the middle of saying something. Thank you. All right, here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off music to stream. I'm gonna keep listening to it, but just for the sake of being able to hear the video more clearly, we'll go ahead and turn that off to stream.
And Tim, do you
All right,
see
here we go.
new stuff coming back with Overwatch? Maybe time to bring back the Genji. All right, this is gonna be a hot take. I didn't know how long it was gonna be, but here we are. So I actually...
Well, that was fast. Your sad voice hurts to hear. Yeah, I'm very vocally expressive. If I'm sad, you guys are gonna find out real fast.
I reacted to it this morning. It's going up on Tim 2 today. Overwatch.
That's hilarious. So I want you guys to understand. I saw a video of Flats reacting to this video, and then in this video, Tim is talking about reacting to a video. It's all reactions. It's all reactions all the way down. This was before the new season, for the record. Okay. Put in chat when things have like changed, because I want like some context behind his stuff.
This might be a little bit of a tough pill for people to swallow. There was a lot.
Okay, wait, but the new season in Overwatch, like the perks and stuff,
to unpack in that video. It was like a
because this is like afterwards.
Video. And listen, man, I watched the whole thing. Well, Wivs kind of edited it down because it was like 35 minutes, and if I reacted to a 35-minute video, I'd be yapping forever.
And what? But that's what the people want. That's what the people want. The people want that long-term, long reaction thing, man. That's why they're here. Like, that's what people enjoy. They want your opinions on things. They want to hear you. They want to hear you like talk about things. Also, the fact that that person's name has the word prostitute in it is fucking hilarious. Sorry, we just got something held for Automod because it was like viewers on, whatever. And the name of the account, like the name of the account that had their message blocked from Automod was Liberated Prostitute. I'm not even fucking joking. I have no idea how that happened. Okay, Gwen, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Go get some rest. But yeah, no, people like, if they like you, if they like your content, they like your opinions. Yeah, fucking dude, if it's an hour and a half, react for an hour and a half. It's super easy and people enjoy it. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you're not like, God, as long as you're not one of those react streamers that are just like, and they just like play the video for free content. Like you have to at least, you have to at least provide something. And I know react content in the content sphere is kind of looked down on as like low effort content, but it's still entertainment, right? It's still a form of entertainment. So I don't think it's a bad thing. I think as long as you're providing other things to your community. Whoa, pizza. I'm so fucking jealous. I think as long as you're providing things to your community that is outside of you just spamming react content, then it's fine. That being said, okay, you want something like eye-opening? The entirety of the news is react content. The news is literally react content. You know what happens? Something happens in the world and it gets picked up by a news company and they voice an opinion on it and that it happened and report it. You want to know why react content does so well? Because news does things. It tickles the people's brains. It's like, oh, I like this person. I want his opinions on shit. So like, there's an entire multi-billion-dollar industry about doing react shit. So don't feel bad.
But Overwatch is we're on Rivals now. Okay.
Whoa. Hang on one more time.
Overwatch is dead. We're on Rivals now. Okay. Watch the whole thing. Well, Wivs kind of edited it down because it was like
I'm not getting the word that he's saying.
35-minute video. I'd be yapping forever. But Overwatch is dead. We're on Rivals now. Okay.
Is anyone picking up what he's saying? Overwatch is something around Rivals. Overwatch is dead. We're on Rivals now. Is that what he's saying? Overwatch is dead and we're on Rivals?
But Overwatch is dead. We're on Rivals now.
Okay. I don't know. Those series of words, it didn't like, my brain didn't pick it up appropriately. Oh my God, yeah. And then the aimless pointing at the video. It's so annoying. I like the fucking the pogger space or like point at. Oh God, yeah. Yeah. Put the ballpoint here. No, I need that.
Okay. I very much enjoy Marvel Rivals. I love Marvel. I'm fully addicted to it, right?
Well, okay. I still think Rivals is in its honeymoon period. I still think Rivals is in its honeymoon period. I think Rivals needs another couple of months. Cheese with pepperoni and Italian sausage. Meat. God, I want a chicken pizza. I want a barbecue chicken pizza so bad. Anyway, yeah, so Rivals is still in its honeymoon period. I think we really need to go through a couple of seasons first. And once we do that, people are going to commit or drop. Because once we get through a couple of seasons and we get through like the hero release cycle and we get through the like map release cycle and we get through enough reworks or not reworks, but rather we get through enough patches and balancing and experiencing and like all those sort of things. Once people understand the developer projection for the game, like what's going to happen in the future, I think that is when either people are going to commit really hard and they're going to stay for years, or people are like, well, it was fun, but you know, I just don't enjoy it anymore because they haven't been doing this or they haven't been doing that, or fucking pick a thing, right? So it came out in December. We had all of December, all of January, all of February. We are now in March, right? So we would need all of March and we would need all of April, and that'll be 5 months. And then all of April, May,
The master
April,
of Pokemon has entered
and
the
then all
chat.
of May. So at the end of May or end of June, we'll start seeing things. The pineapple. Hey, pineapple on pizza is good. Okay, I will fight you. So yeah, I think once we get to the end of June, we're gonna start having more hi Oculus. Welcome back, buddy. I think we'll start seeing more clear indications of where the game is going to go and whether or not people are going to stay locked down into it. Until then, though, yeah, we're still in the honeymoon phase. The game, the game genre of being a hero shooter, the honeymoon phase kind of really lasts quite a bit, right? So anyway,
Try
let's keep
that
going.
new Overwatch season.
And there's nothing wrong with that. By the way, you are only taking away from yourself if you're not enjoying both games. That's it. You can have your half of pineapple, but if One Piece dares to touch my side, look, I'm not saying we have to have pineapple on pizza. I'm just saying like it can go on pizza. But if we can both agree on the deliciousness that is the barbecue chicken pizza with like actual quite crunchy chicken fingers and shit, then we can just eat that instead, and we can get a gigantic fucking pizza. We don't have to have half a pizza pineapple and half a pizza not pineapple. We could just like the same thing. Deal. I was just hyper busy. I feel like I left the community. Oculus, we did miss you, by the way. We like ask Cryptic. I was talking about you like at least every other Saturday. I was like, man, what happened to our Pokemon player? I miss our Pokemon player.
I want to try it.
Yeah, try it.
Don't get mad. I want to try it. Did you see all the changes that are coming to it, bro? No. Stop. Did you guys see?
Dead game,
bro.
dead game.
There's a lot of really cool stuff that they added, bro. Stop.
Dead game.
Stop it. No. It's too late. No, it ain't, bruh.
So I personally don't know Tim that well. You're okay, Oculus, buddy. It's fine. We just missed you. It's not like you abandoned us or anything. Life happens. You have been around. I've talked about it. If people go from the community because shit happens and then they come back later, I welcome them just as much as they were originally. Don't worry about it, my guy. You're good. I don't know Tim too well. I don't know how much Tim was in Call of Duty or how much Tim was in Overwatch or whatever, but like I think a lot of people honestly just okay. I'm going to put people into two different camps here. Number one, there are people who shit on Overwatch because they've been playing since Overwatch 1 and they have had nothing but broken promises, developer indifference, and like numerous issues, right? And they've had that for 6 years until Overwatch 2 came out. You have only just had Overwatch 2 out for 2 years, you need to triple the amount of time you have currently been out before you even break even on the amount of shit that the Overwatch players have gone through for like their previous things. If you want to bring people back, you need to be this level of good for the next 4 years. And frankly, not a lot of people see that happening. They've burned too many times. Yeah, we've been burnt too many times. And then in the other camp are people who are like new to Overwatch and are just seeing everyone hating on it and just being like, oh, that's just what we do, which isn't cool. It's not. Blizzard is a crazy place. Bro, yeah. Yeah, Blizzard have had problems. I don't really do stay for reactions. That's okay, swap. Take care. The only news I heard about Overwatch 2 is about the list stars and skins, and I was so confused about who they were supposed to be. Dude, Ilyari looks like Lucio, I swear to God. But yeah, so the perk system is cool. I think honestly, trying to be indifferent, right? Trying to not jump on the hate train with Overwatch. I do think it was just really, 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 really bad timing. Because last year, in the beginning of last year, was season 9. And season 9 did all of the big HP changes and all of the projectile size changes. Okay. And the Overwatch dev team, were talking about how frequently do they want to shake up the core game. And they didn't say fucking anything. They didn't commit to like, yes, next year we'll do another shakeup, right? They didn't say anything because in their defense, like if you say something like that and you commit to that and it doesn't happen, then you just burn your community again. So I understand that they needed to be a little close to the chest with something like that because they don't want to say something and not do it because of all the issues they had in the past. But they kind of can't win here because if they didn't, because now what people are thinking that all of the cool stuff they announced at the beginning of this year is because of Marvel Rivals. And as somebody who's a software developer, I can tell you some things they could have put in the game within a month. Abso-fucking-lutely. And anyone who tells you otherwise doesn't understand the machine that Blizzard is. There's like Flats has mentioned that, oh, you guys don't understand game dev because it happens so slowly. They would never get it out in time. And I was like, no, you don't understand the fact that when the executives say stop everything you are doing and put everyone on this one project, here's a shit ton of money, go do it, that they could get it done in weeks because they wouldn't be allowed not to. It's only management that keeps things coming out slowly from Blizzard because they're like, it's not polished enough, it's not this enough, it's not that enough, right? That's what stalls things out, is getting it through whatever management QC is there. But if management comes down and says, you guys need to do something about the game right this second, what did you do that people liked? Oh, they liked the Junkenstein event that happened a couple of months ago because it had perks. And they'd be like, okay, everyone, all hands on deck, we're doing this perk system. They'd be done in a month. Now, Blizzard has this tendency of going on vacation in December. So there's a very real possibility it wasn't done that month. And it was done previously, which means it wasn't a response to Rivals. We don't know. We don't know. So, but uneducated or ignorant, not by their own fault, but uneducated or ignorant stuff, or people might not understand this whole perspective and might just be like, oh, well, they just released this as a reaction to Marvel kicking their ass. And it's like, we don't know that. Maybe, but we don't know that. But the problem is that the developers never said that last year, so that's what it looks like now, and people don't enjoy seeing a reaction from a company that the only reason why they're doing it is because they finally have competition. Like that doesn't instill good faith in the community. It's like, we could have had this fucking so long ago and you didn't give it to us just because you weren't losing enough money. Right? That's what people feel like, and that's no good. That's no good. Yeah, the PvE stuff really broke all trust. When you abandon the game for like 2 years or 3 years and you give it no updates and you like promise something and then you come back and it's not there, and then like 6 months go by or however many months go by and then you're like, yeah, we're not doing it anymore. Yeah, you kind of do.
Those are some of the best, dude. The change.
Perk system, really cool. Some of the actual perks, questionable. I think the perk system is fantastic. I think that is the best way that they can do. We want to remove a little bit of counterplay from heroes, but also we want to allow heroes to dig deeper into the niche that they're in to be stronger, so that their counters can more easily deal with them. I think overall, it was a good system. I'm burned. They fucked me so many times over the years with my opinion on them, and honestly, legitimately, it's pretty much mostly up to the matchmaker. A lot of people talk about, well, the game is stale and all of these heroes are too strong and yada yada yada, and I'm like, dude, I don't really care about that. I don't play competitive. I understand it's a quote unquote competitive game. I don't like the competitive space. I don't like what competitive does to people. I don't like that companies drive competitive as a means of like earning money. I think competitive is just unhealthy for the most part for gamers, because it creates a toxic environment and incentivizes a toxic environment. There's little to no like coordination or groupage in competitive, because every fucking gamer on this planet is into antisocial until they get like their core 3 friends and all they ever do is play with those 3 friends, right? Competitive is just not healthy in the grand scheme of things. Yes, competitive can be good, like football or sports or like whatever, but it's generally not, to the point where companies had to create literally entirely new moderation tools because of how out of fucking hand people were getting publicly in competitive, either through voice or through chat messages or fucking whatever, that we were having slurs and fucking death threats and all of this shit that was just being spilled in chat messages in VC because of the way competitive is. It's not good. So I don't play competitive. I play quick play. And then developers just openly coming out and saying, yeah, well, we balance quick play to the point where you can get a 70% chance of a loss. And there's no safety system in place. So if you flip a coin and you get unlucky 14 times in a row, and you get stomped 14 times in a row, the game says, well, fuck you, don't care. That's why I don't play Overwatch anymore, because it's not up to me whether or not we win or lose. It's not up to my team whether or not we win or lose. It's mostly up to the matchmaker. The close games I have in Overwatch are super fun. They're back and forth, they're give and take, you know, people are fucking off and having fun, and some people are locked in and having fun. They're really good. But honestly, you ask anyone, how many times have you had a legitimate close fun game, and they're going to be like maybe 10% of the time. 90% of the time, it's snowballing and steamrolls. And that is a core gameplay design issue. And they have still not resolved that problem, and I will still not play Overwatch because of that. Sorry on a rant.
In that video are some of the best changes Overwatch has made in the last 3 to 4 years. I'm not even kidding. They added the whole, I talk about this
I agree,
in my whole
Chips.
video, bro,
I think it was on the back burner.
Too. That perk system is incredible, right? Perks, you got something to play for with the new camo they added.
The new camo, man, so fucking cod-pilled. I will say the new skin in comp is pretty fucking dope. It's pretty cool. Aaron did talk about that they had to put in the new technology for that weird like translucent see-through skin thing that like Valorant and Call of Duty uses. Like they had to put that in. And like that's cool. Yeah, that camo was cool. But like, okay, and
they already,
when you get on a win streak and then you realize at some point you're going to get destroyed soon, you shouldn't have that mental in the game. You shouldn't have to be worried about continuing. I literally had the same thing happen on Rivals. I was like, yeah, I won 4 games in a row. I wonder when I'm going to get put into a forced loss.
They have a new hero coming out. They already confirmed.
Why I hate SBMM.
Right around the corner. That's a big deal. No one's talking about that, by the way.
New hero.
They
pretty interesting.
They're launching a new hero, and they have another one right around the corner, man. Listen, hey, dude.
Does anyone know anything about that? Because I don't think that's true. Does anyone know anything about this? Because as far as I'm aware, they're releasing one hero and then it's going to be 2 more seasons for the next one, right? Because that's just how the release cycle in Overwatch works. They're not releasing the new hero and Stadium is next season. Yeah, but he made it sound like we're getting a hero like the season after we get one.
Launching a new hero, and they have another one right around the corner, man.
Yeah. It makes it sound like he's talking about the fact that there's a new hero and then they're going to have another one like the next season or something. I think he might be misinformed on that one.
Listen, hey, dude, this is the gaming community in a nutshell, bro. I swear to God, man. Y'all
it's a new hero every other season.
Overwatch to do something, Overwatch does something, and now y'all are like, are you guys?
You want to know what it is? You want to know what it is? It's because no one asked for the perk system. That's what it is. No, stick with me here. It's not that the perk system is bad. It's that the Overwatch community has so many grievances right now that have not been addressed, that like throwing the perk system in doesn't fix any of the grievances, and people are upset that you put the effort into the perk system, but you didn't put the effort in doing or fixing or dealing with any of the other problems in the game. But some people are just fried.
Guys never happy? We're never happy. We're just always mad. Dude, Overwatch removed loot boxes. Loot boxes are back, guys. Yeah.
Okay. The loot boxes coming back actually had probably a bigger impact on me than pretty much anything else. Almost anything else, the loot boxes were a bigger impact. Because in Overwatch 1, you legitimately had a leveling system. We had a fucking leveling system in Overwatch 1. You went up a level, you got a loot box. You went up a level, you got a loot box. You went up a level, you got a loot box. And people had fucking levels. The hero progression system sucks. It's not, okay, it doesn't suck. It's not the same. It is not a replacement. And what they did instead of giving up the leveling system was they gave us a fucking battle pass. That's what they gave us. And they're like, well, now you just level the battle pass. And it was like, I don't want to fucking level the battle pass because 90% of the shit in the battle pass is bloat. It's all fucking sprays and charms and souvenirs. It's all shit that a 3D artist can work up in an afternoon that you just bloat the entirety of the fucking loot box with and then put like 4 skins in it. Or in the battle pass system. Like, are you kidding me? Your battle pass sucks. It just sucks. Make it 40 instead of 80 and take out half of the crap that no one wants. And you got rid of one of our methods for obtaining other things. And you tried to shoehorn it into a currency that you purposely restricted so that people could not buy skins as fast as they wanted to, so they would be forced to buy the battle pass to try to get the newer skins. It is such an obvious monetary move that fucked over, it just fucked over the system, and people didn't want it, and people didn't care for it, and they don't like it, and you're not making money for it. So then you bring it back. You brought it back because you realized that not having it in the game was hurting your bottom line more than having it in the game. Now, that being said, there are countries and stuff with laws and limitations on loot boxes, but for the most part, I like the loot boxes because I like being able to play the game and constantly achieve something. I don't know what I'm achieving. I don't know what I'm getting, but I know it's going to be something. And that was genuinely one of the reasons why I liked Overwatch 1, was because no matter how much I got stomped, no matter how much it sucked, I got a shiny new loot box and I hit a button. I'm like, maybe I'll get something I liked, right? Now I play the game and I'm like, I don't even give a shit about the battle pass because I didn't fucking unlock it. Why am I playing? There's literally no reason for me to play unless an event thing comes out. And we can't buy them this time. You can, but you can't. You can if you get the premium battle pass, because then it gives you premium loot boxes, which has a guaranteed legendary in it or some bullshit. But yeah, you can actively like give them money for it. Funny how League did the exact same thing and got so much hate for it. They go to a battle pass system from a loot box system, or like vice versa. But anyway, I think the loot box is coming back. We're an amazing addition. I think they desperately needed that. But you do not get to control how many loot boxes you get. Right? Because as far as I am aware, the second you get the loot boxes from events, the second you get loot boxes from the battle pass, it's gone. It's done. It's over. So in Overwatch 1, if you fucking grinded, right? If you grinded, you would technically have an unlimited amount of loot boxes because there was nothing gatekeeping you other than time, right? You just grind and grind and grind. You get to the next level, you get a loot box, you're good. Overwatch loot boxes, I believe right now in their implementation is that once you get them, no matter what you do, you can no longer get more. So there's still technically gatekeeping your access to old content skins under the guise of loot boxes, right? So, for example, if they took away all of the passive currency, if they took away all the white currency and just gave you loot boxes instead, literally nothing would change other than the fact you can't select what you want to get. They didn't, thankfully, but I don't know if I'm a contrarian, but I don't like surprise mechanics in general. I don't like surprise mechanics that you feel like you need to engage with, right? I don't like surprise mechanics as in I need a better weapon in order to progress farther in this game, and I need to open a loot box that has a better weapon. That's bullshit. I don't like that. I don't mind surprise mechanics when they're implemented in the way that is a reward-based system, but not a like pursue system. Like it's not anything you need to do and actually have, right? It's just something that's like, surprise, here's a thing and you might get something cool, right? And it doesn't actually have any impact. And that's why I like the loot boxes in Overwatch, because it was just cosmetic. It was a nice little, like, you know, RNG birthday present. Here you go, right? But anything that is like, you don't know, I don't know if I'm gonna get this drop from this boss. I fucking hate that. I hate that. Not included the battle pass, you get 13 each week. That's pretty good. Okay, that's pretty good. They used to give out chests. Remove them, then swap to a battle pass. The battle pass sucked so horribly, and the community screamed at them, so now the chests are back, and the battle pass got adjusted since their, quote, math was wrong. Yeah, their math was wrong. Yeah. The multi-million, potentially billion-dollar company somehow got math wrong. I love those excuses. Those are great. I enjoy opening shiny thing, even if I get nothing from it. As long as it's not, like, dependent on gameplay. It might be more that I've still not bought into the cosmetic culture business model. Yeah, maybe. I think it's more that you're getting these things even if you don't need or want to interact with them. Like, I like cosmetics to a degree. I do not give that much of a shit of cosmetics in Overwatch because it's first person. You might find me spending money on rivals. You might find me spending money on rivals because at least I can fucking see my own skin, right? I can see it. I can look at it. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone knows. Everyone looks. It's okay. It's fine. All 19 inches of venom. But like when it comes to like Apex Legends, right? When it comes to Overwatch, when it comes to any characters getting a skin where the only fucking thing you see are the hands and the gun model, that's not worth the amount of money that I'm paying for. Why would I give a shit? I'm not even messing with you. They released a document explaining where the math got fucked up. I don't even understand how it happened in the first place. That's crazy.
Like, what do you want? I'll say it for the devs, man. I will. What do you want? You guys are like, dude, you gotta do something, man. You guys gotta do something, bro. Marvel's out. Bam. New game mode, new hero, different perk changes, loot boxes back, ranked progression. No! no, it's too late now. Like, dude, you guys are fucking ass. It's too late.
He's got a
Say
good
it for
point.
the devs, bro. You guys are fucking spoiled, man. I'll literally say it. I'll say it for him. Say it.
God, how do we even break down the psychology behind this? Fuck. This is a tough one. You know what it is? Okay. All right, I might have it. Is that the guy from Fortnite? I have no idea. You know what it is? And this is my own opinion, obviously. I think the community for Overwatch doesn't feel like Overwatch is loved. I genuinely feel like when people play Overwatch, they don't feel like the game company that is creating the game loves the game. They don't feel it feels too like sterile. It feels too sterile. It feels too businessy. It feels too streamlined. Like, it feels like the developers are locked in this fucking pathway of getting the most money, and like they're trying to do things that the community wants. But there is no feel good in Overwatch, right? There's no like, oh, he haha, the developers made this really funny skin for Bastion and we're giving it away for free. There's no like, this is a kind of a funny, silly game mode that we created and like we want to give it to you guys and you guys can have fun with it. There is no love for the players. It just, the game feels like it has been covering its own ass and trying to say sorry instead of just being better. And I understand that that's tough. I do. I get that that's hard as developers. It's hard to like, well, we can't move forward with all these ideas until we've covered all the issues that we have, right? But dude, your fucking player base can feel the corpo. Like they can feel it. Oculus, they know. We know when you don't love your game because we don't get these fun developer things. We don't get these fun because the people running your studio, right? The higher ups, the people with the money, the investors are going to be like, that doesn't matter because that doesn't impact the game. Don't release it. Don't work on it. Don't do it. And we, as players, we feel that. We see that. We know what's going on, even if we can't explain it, right? A great example. You want a great example of this? It's the little things. It is. It really is the little things. The game mode that came out in Rivals. You guys remember Jeff's game mode? The Splatoon game mode? When Rivals launched that game mode, people were like, this is amazing. This is super fun. It's super cute. It super doesn't matter. And that's why we love it. Because it does feel like the game is cared about. It does feel like the developers, even if they want to make money, but it does feel like the developers are specifically providing things for us to have fun with, even though it doesn't substantially do anything for their bottom line. And we as players can feel that. We had the clone rumble thing, right? Super fun, new, different. Overwatch. Guys, fucking seriously. We have had the same goddamn winter fucking events for like 8 years. Do something new. For the love of God. Because you just like, there's no development for it. You're like, oh, the May thing is back. Oh, the Yeti thing is back. Oh, this is back and that is back. And like all this stuff is like, we don't give a shit. We don't give a shit. Do something new. Do something different. Go into the fucking red a little and get your players back, because band-aiding things is just not going to work. It's just not going to work. I think that's where the player base is at. Right? I think that's where it's at. We just don't feel loved. We don't feel appreciated. We feel like every time we load up your game, we're a walking purse. Right? You added the mythic prisms so we could buy the old skins. But you know what you did after that? You just used it as a reason to create mythic fucking weapons and not put them in the battle pass. Why? Because you wanted people to buy the mythic shards to buy the mythic weapons. And you wanted the mythic shards to compete with the mythic skins. So now you can't just, you know, get the mythic out of the battle pass and have a little bit left over to slowly accumulate for something else. Fuck you. No. You get exactly how much you want to be able to buy one skin all the way. And fuck you. That's what it feels like. That's what players see. Your game is a glorified shop front and people are getting sick of it. So like, yes, there's some improvement and there's some benefits and you're working on it. But all of this other bullshit with these skins and stuff, it happened in Overwatch 2. You guys are like backhanding us and then giving us a treat. You're like, oh, we're sorry, here, enjoy this, backhand again. Like, it's fucking, dude, it's ridiculous. I'm going to say one more example and then I'll continue the video. I talked about this on stream a while ago, right? Overwatch is a toxic partner. They only changed because they thought the players would leave them for a different game. Mercy's skin. Okay. Mercy's skin. Mercy's mythic skin. The character that far and away sells more skins than any other character in the game. Okay. Came out when they announced the mythic prisms. When they announced that you could buy the skin with mythic prisms. Because they fucking knew that the casual Mercy players who buy all of her skins but don't play very much could just not buy the battle pass and just buy the $80 worth of the mythic prisms to buy her skin. And they did that specifically on Mercy because they knew they had a higher likelihood to get more mythic prism sales for Mercy than any other character in the game. And I saw that. And I was like, that right there is the corpo move. And then after that, same fiscal quarter, they launched the Mercy breast cancer skin. Now, a little bit of a tough subject, okay? I want you guys to understand that even though the money went to a breast cancer relief foundation, which I am happy for, prefacing all of this with the fact that breast cancer relief, getting money for developments or supporting those who are having issues or having breast cancer problems is fantastic. But no fucking company ever does something from the goodness of their heart. And especially not Blizzard Activision. You want to know why? Because it could be written as a write-off. Because they can take all of the money that they made from literally just recoloring the skin. Okay? Just recoloring the skin and doing like a little bit of changes here and there. They took all of the money, which from, I'm not fucking lying, guys. I'm not lying. Maybe about $1,000 to $2,000 worth of work. Maybe $1,000 to $2,000 worth of work that they spent on that skin. You know what they did afterwards? They sold that skin and fucking sold millions of dollars in sales for that skin. And they gave it to breast cancer, which again is good. And then they immediately turned around and wrote it off on their taxes. So what they did was during that fiscal quarter, they released a Mercy skin to massively increase their revenue. And then they released a Mercy skin to massively write off revenue. And they did that so they could turn around to new Papa Microsoft, who just bought them, and show them nice big sales numbers to make them feel good. Yeah, when you start understanding business, it starts getting really fucked.
They're going to see all the
And we, as players, we notice shit like that. And that's why we feel like Overwatch is unloved.
posts. They're going to be like, we love our community. Thank you guys so much for all the support. They're going to be very nice. I'm going to say it. Okay? Y'all are fucking spoiled.
I can't-
All right, man.
I can't believe you just suggest that corporations are all to make money and pay less in taxes. That can't be true at all. Yeah, right?
Changes that are good, and y'all are still mad.
I will say that the changes are
Crazy, bro. You asked
Good.
for it like 5 years ago, though. If you asked for, bro, you asked for it like 5 years ago, though. If you asked for $1 million 5 years ago, and then you didn't get it for 5 years, but then 5 years later you got $1 million, would you be happy?
Tim, this is a terrible analogy, my guy. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. You mean to be thankful for the things that you get, which is true. The difference is we asked them to stop being abusive 5 years ago and they kept being abusive. That's what happened. That's why we don't care. Because you come back and you stop being like that, and you're like, oh, here, we're different now. It doesn't fucking undo all of the other years of shit. We all understand it, but come on now. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you guys wouldn't. Oh, that's different now. Oh, you see the point I'm fucking making? You guys, dude, I swear to God, man.
He doesn't have a bad point. It's just, it was a bad analogy. That's all. It's just a bad analogy.
No, because of inflation. That is the internet in a nutshell, bro. I'd be mad. I'd be mad because of inflation. There it is, dude. There it is, man. Listen, man, there was obviously some stuff going on behind the scenes at Overwatch, right? Between
Yes.
you talk about
Yes.
Jeff Kaplan leaving. There was a lot. You could tell there. I don't know what it is.
So, I don't want to get too deep into this. Okay? I'm very familiar with Overwatch. I get obsessed. I don't know why. Maybe Overwatch is just my autistic interest. I don't know. I love that game. I love that game for a long time. It's beaten me down. But there was an article. Okay. And Flats read it on a video. There was an article that came out that went into an interviewing process with former Blizzard employees about what the fuck was happening at Blizzard with Overwatch. And the biggest consensus, to prevent this from being another fucking 30-minute rant, but the biggest consensus was just that Overwatch from a, holy shit, dude, we're at 96,000. Overwatch from a business standpoint was essentially never agreed upon. Okay. Overwatch from a business perspective was a very big point of contention between the executives and the developers. The developers wanted one thing, the executives wanted another thing, and the community suffered for it. Jeff Kaplan and Bobby Kotick had issues. Bobby Kotick wanted it to be the NFL of esports, literally a direct quote. And Jeff Kaplan wanted to have a PvE. If I remember correctly, Jeff Kaplan really just wanted to have a PvE game. And
It's almost time for dogs out.
it's just been nothing but problems.
Just for the record, I don't know what, but you can see there was some, what's the word I would use, bro? Discourse.
Yep. 100%. 100% within the developers and
the
the
direction Overwatch was trying to go, but other people were saying go this way. If I had to guess, candidly.
Yep.
And what it looks like now is, in my opinion, what it looks like is they're ripping it. They're like, whatever, we're doing it. We're just going for it all.
And that is because Jeff is no longer there. It has become more clear to the players over time that even though Jeff had great on-screen presence, that behind the scenes and some things that were found out, Jeff was really not the best guy. He was not the best guy. He was kind of up in his own ass. That is not only that is how we as players felt when we asked for literally years to get break nerfed, right? Or all of the fucking professionals and all of the streamers all unanimously agreeing that healing is out of control and them not listening, right? All of that was because, frankly, Jeff didn't listen to the community and didn't give a shit and thought what he did and what he knew was better than anyone else. The new team that is running Overwatch, I will give credit where it is due, have been significantly more responsive and have been significantly better at doing balance passes that will meaningfully change things and not just kind of like, we changed this one character's cooldown from like 12 seconds to 11 and a half. That's the balance patch. So they've been better, and I'll give them that credit, but like,
I don't know if they kind of made some changes or who's in charge now, but all I'm going to say is the changes I saw in that video, I am interested to try it. I am.
yeah, as you should be.
And if that's a hot take,
They're moving, I'll give them that.
y'all
Yeah,
can suck my
they are.
ass, man. Sam, you
Y'all
get that
can
hashtag
suck my
when the
ass.
Update drops. Hey, Overwatch, if they, you know, hey, don't twist my arm.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it anyway if you want to pay me.
But if they want to give me some more,
Yeah.
money,
Yeah, exactly.
you know.
And I have seen more sponsored,
If you want to throw some more,
more
at me,
sponsored streams and stuff.
Yeah, they don't got the budget for you, bro. Was that like a compliment for me? Thank you. I think. Listen, guys. At the end of the day, man, I understand there's a lot of like back and forth between Overwatch. I get it. But at the end of the day, bro, that is a game that changed my life for the better, bro. I loved Overwatch.
Overwatch, yeah.
There's
I agree.
people here that found me from Overwatch. Okay. And
I mean,
if the
technically
game that I
speaking,
used
this,
to love
yeah,
is
yeah.
making massive changes like that, I am going to go back and give it a gander. That's all I'm saying. And
Yeah,
just to
there's
be
nothing
clear,
wrong
if I
with
was
that.
on Warzone
Oh boy,
and
2
this game
cakes.
dropped, I definitely would have done this. If I was, I mean, dude, I'm interested to see what it looks like, man. You guys, like, obviously, I've been addicted to Marvel. I understand that. I'm also going to say something here that I hope a lot of you guys can hear. Okay, ready for this? You can play Marvel Rivals
And play Overwatch. Yeah. Surprise. Oh, who would have thought? Who would have thought?
I know.
Crazy.
That's crazy, right?
God damn it.
You can enjoy both. Did you guys know
Oh
that?
boy, 2 cakes.
You don't have to only
You don't
play
have to
one
pick
of
a
them.
ground.
You can enjoy
Yeah.
both of them in their own right, in their own way, guys.
Who would have
I
thought?
just had to rant a little
Brand
bit about
loyalty
that.
is
Listen,
dumb? Who would have thought?
for what it's worth, if you guys are mad about
Who'da thought?
you're mad, that's fine. You can be mad. I don't care. You can be mad. I don't care. I saw the changes.
Yeah,
It's a
you can be
game
mad.
I
I'm gonna
used
go
to
have fun.
It's a game that I was fully addicted to. I like the changes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a gander. All right. All right. What do you mean, Tim? Overwatch doesn't have Sue, but did you see that they have third-person POV coming as well? Dude, they added the bands.
They
and stuff
only
like
have
that,
third person
you
in
know?
Stadium though.
And so many people, I saw people. Yeah, dude, they added the bands after Marvel. Right, dude. Right. And I'm sure there was a fast food restaurant that was across from a McDonald's, and they saw the fast food drive-through window, and were like, "Hey, that's a good fucking idea. Let's throw that on this bitch."
Okay. Yes. But people have been asking for a fucking ban system for like literally half a decade. This is not a new thing. People have been asking for hero bans for a long time. And we feel cheated because we feel like, oh, you're putting it in now because someone else came along and did it and it worked. That's like, fuck, how do I even describe that? That is like having a community of people all telling you something and you just being like, nah, fuck off, millions of people, fuck off. And then having one Chad fucking hot chick walk up to this person and be like, you should do this, and be like, oh my god, I should do this. The other, like, the fucking community is gonna be like, are you kidding me? You couldn't have, like, done an experiment? You could have just, like, because no. Why? Because they didn't want to put money into it. They didn't want to spend dev time on it. The numbers are going to be smaller, guys. Oh no, investors, the numbers are going to be smaller. We better definitely not invest in long-term solutions. We should only do short-term things. We should only just make money go up in short term and then ultimately kill ourselves in the long term. Fucking.
Like, yes, it's a good idea, bro, right? So obviously they're like, oh, that's a good idea. Let's implement it. Hey, dude, my neighbor down the street just got like a car for the first time. I think I'm going to stick with my horse.
Hey, your horse at least has autopilot.
Your eyeballs pay for dog's food, though.
Okay? All right? Don't fucking knock the horse. The horse knows how to get home. Did you know, and this is an amazing fucking thing, and I love thinking about this, and I love telling people this, because people are just kind of like, oh yeah. Did you know, okay? You could go out and get fucking shit-faced at a bar, right? You get absolutely smashed, near blackout drunk. Climb your ass on the horse and go home, and then pass the fuck out. And you could trust your steed, okay? You could trust your trusty animal to carry your drunk ass all the way back home. You can't do that in a car. You can't do that in a car. You try doing that with self-driving, you're gonna hit a fucking light pole or some shit, right? We had self-driving vehicles that could take you home after you got drunk for literally hundreds of years, if not thousands of years before we had cars. Now you just get drink. Now you're just drunk. You drink and drive, and then like you kill people, and like that's not good. Okay, when do we bring back the horses? All right, bring back the horses. The horses have been gone for too long. We need more horses.
There's actually probably some argument there. There's probably some people that are like, yeah, that might not have been a good analogy.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some sort of argument where it's like the horse could technically be better. You guys get
I fight. See?
the point.
4,200 years ago, exactly.
You know, like, it's a good thing, bro. You know, so why not add the good thing? And it's third person. Yeah, they're copying Marvel. Who cares? There's other third person games, guys. Marvel Rivals invented third person. Oh. That makes sense.
Don't read Twitch chat.
I didn't know.
When you're that big of a streamer, dude, just don't read Twitch chat.
Know that there was. I didn't know that.
Jesus Christ.
True.
You guys are cool. You guys are fine. I'll read my chat. But jeez, when you get into
person, they
get into
add
like
fourth person. There it is. There it is, boys.
yeah, the fourth person is you can see inside of them.
They have to add fourth person for everyone to be happy.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are cool. I like you guys. Being a small streamer, hanging with some people in chat, you guys are kind of cool. So what I'm hearing is when you get big, you'll ignore us? No. Won't. Unless you start agreeing with some of the dumbasses in chat, then I'll start ignoring you. If you guys start doing dumb shit in my chat, right? And I can talk to other people that aren't doing dumb shit, I'm gonna talk to the people not doing the dumb shit. But like, if you're cool, you hanging out in chat and you're like super chill and whatever, and like I can ignore the other people doing dumb shit. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna talk to you guys. As a matter of fact, I talked to a person in the community, and they were like, yeah, I definitely saw you looking over at chat and completely ignoring some messages. And I was like, yeah, because they're not applicable and I'm not going to acknowledge that. We already do dumb shit. Well, okay. There's a difference between dumb shit, like between you and me, right? There's a difference between dumb shit between you and me and like dumb Twitch shit, right? Okay, you guys are like way up in the ladder. Yeah, we've seen. I literally had somebody come in and be like, bark for me, and I was like, beg, or at least ask nicely, and they were like, please bark for me, and I was like, okay, so we'll do the sexy woof or whatever, and then I never saw them again. That is the fucking that is Twitch. All right, that's Twitch. You guys aren't like that. You guys are better than that. You guys are cool. I think I'll keep you. All right. All right, let's see here. Yeah, yeah. All right. Let me get back to Discord. All right, here we go. Am I in the right channel? No, I'm not. Oh wait. Also good, doing much better than yesterday. Oh yay! Sorry, I'm also replying to Lorenia in Discord chat. I'm trying to be, because they can't really god damn it. They can't really I don't think they can really talk in Twitch chat because they're still going through some stuff. They might pop back in later. We'll see. All right, react. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get rid of that. Let's do human is here, right? So let's do yeah, human's here. Let's do the this thingy. Okay. That we're gonna watch mold. I think it's mold time or slime. I don't know.
This is our lab pet
Jerry. I might have seen this video like a long ass time ago. Hang on. Let me get this turned on for you guys. There you go.
Jerry. While some labs have rats or mice,
There's stuff. Yes.
we have a giant single-celled amoeba. And
So basically, for as I understand it, this is a study about how organisms can traverse the fastest, like the fastest way of traversal through a system or maze. I don't really remember how they got through it, but it's pretty interesting.
Like Jerry is doing much. If we speed the footage up a bit, we see that Jerry is actually extremely mobile. It looks more like a Venom symbiote than pretty much anything else.
I want to eat him.
What was that? Oh, I have a parasite. Yeah. Name is Chen.
What do you mean,
Jerry is a
parasite?
slime mold whose scientific name is Physarum poly.
I did really like the first Venom movie. I like the second he walked out, like fucking Venom was immediately pissed. He's like, "What the fuck you mean, parasite?"
Cephalum. And normally, Jerry can be found roaming the forests and countrysides of most temperate places on Earth. Jerry eats both decomposing plants as well as various microbes. But don't let the word
Damn,
mold
that is such a fucking massively sped up video.
Jerry is not a fungus, and unlike a fungus, Jerry really does roam. Like other amoeba, Jerry crawls along looking for food, building up biomass and taking it along for the ride.
Is there a second one? You guys see this white thing moving around?
This is very different from a fungus that stays in one place, sending out long hyphae that grow into massive networks. Because of this, Jerry has a huge suite of sensory capability to find food and protect itself that we'll be putting to the test today. And while Jerry is one gigantic cell, that doesn't mean that Jerry isn't intelligent. Oh no.
One gigantic... I can't even process that. I can't even process that, because like, as far as my brain knows, a cell is like, I'd prefer if Jerry didn't pulsate like that. I wasn't gonna mention anything. I wasn't gonna say anything, but goddamn, that fucking pulsing is real weird. When I think of a single cell, I think of a contained cell, like a plant cell or an animal cell. I don't know how the fuck this thing counts as one.
In fact, Jerry is a genius and puts its full sensory suite to very good use. Let me show you what I mean. This is a little 3D printed maze, and after sterilizing it with alcohol, I'm going to fill the bottom with some plain agar. This will give Jerry a moist surface to crawl around on without drying out. Then we'll put some oats at the start and end of the maze, and a little sand.
So it has to be multiple nuclei. Oh, okay. But okay. Yeah, that makes more sense now. I gotcha. If I don't acknowledge the pulse, it doesn't exist. Yeah, that's... You just look at it, don't acknowledge it.
Sample of Jerry at the start. We also put a single oat at the midway point as a little snack for Jerry. The nice thing about Jerry being one giant cell is that you can literally just scoop up a little bit of goo flesh and plop it onto some oats, and it'll reconstitute itself into a single cohesive unit again. After initially building up enough biomass, Jerry sets out to explore, and beelines for the halfway point where the oat snack is waiting. After pausing for a quick bite, Jerry proceeds to sprint to the end of the maze. Now, to be fair, this all looks much faster than it really happens. This whole time lapse was taken over the course of 2 days. So while Jerry has remarkable amounts of locomotion for a giant single cell, you're not going to have to worry about Jerry running you down. Yet. Today, we're going to be learning all about Jerry,
God, it's pulsing. Why?
How they do what they do, and how I learned to stop worrying and love Jerry. And near the end, we're going to actually try reading Jerry's mind. So there's lots to do. Let's jump right in. While it's very cool to watch Jerry on these super long time lapses, let's take a moment to zoom in a little and see the inner machinery of Jerry. Up close, the first thing that you'll notice is the flow. Jerry is not solid at all, and is a network of tubes
that makes sense.
Pumping fluid. And you'll notice that the fluid will actually change directions. This is an active process of Jerry redistributing nutrients and biomass to where it's needed.
So
What's
it's pulsing.
incredibly weird is that Jerry uses the same proteins that our muscles.
Is that like the equivalent of alternating current for animal cells? No pulse detected. It's got to be because it's sped up. Like, we're not going to see that IRL. But like alternating, like AC alternating current, I'm just like, I'm picturing them like going back and forth. Because how far can it distribute the nutrients though? Right? So for example, if Jerry starts on one nutrient, right, and he squirms and finds a way to another nutrient, or she, I don't know, non-binary Jerry, how far are the nutrients being shared? Is it like within its own area? Can it go farther? Can it be distributed through the entirety of the mass of the organism? Or is it only within its own area? So like if it gets cut off, is there down 2 Jerrys? Like what happens?
Used for moving around. These proteins, actin and myosin,
ATP,
are basically like interlocking combs. When given a...
Wait, ATP and ADP? Oh god, dude, biology was so long ago. That's energy. Those are forms of energy, is it not? Nope, don't look it up. Just watch the video.
Actin and myosin are basically like interlocking combs. When given a chemical signal, myosin will start to aggressively climb up actin, causing the cell to contract. At least that's how it works in muscles. But watch what happens when I speed this clip of Jerry up a little bit. Look at how
Jerry is everywhere in the Jerry, but also nowhere in the
Jerry. This is the result of the network of actin
Brain
and
too small for
myosin
this.
Jerry builds and controls.
Okay.
Jerry also makes extensive use of kinesins and other motor proteins. If you've never seen these before, they're the super cute proteins that walk up and down tubulin fibers inside of cells.
That's so weird.
Jerry does have legs, but only on the inside. Jerry also has proteins that allow specific areas of Jerry's body to stiffen on command. By controlling which areas stiffen or relax and which are pumping fluid,
golf ball with legs.
Jerry can push the internal fluid where it's needed and crawl along the ground. For example, if we look at a growing edge, we can see that it actively pushes the internal goo into and out of the area. And all the flow means that any nutrients that get absorbed are quickly distributed to the rest of the body.
But what is the goo made of? Like, that's its body, essentially, no? So, like, how is it producing the goo? Never mind.
And we'll see some experiments in a moment where we can actually see that distribution happen. Since there's no inherent front or back to Jerry, it can actually invest...
God damn it, I have to fucking quote that now. I think it's... Is it? Oh, I think it's ad quote. Hang on. I'm gonna capitalize the pumping. Yeah, there you go.
Investigate multiple avenues at the same time and control all the goo squishing with remarkable amounts of finesse. Even making repairs is done with incredible speed. If I take a needle and carefully puncture one of the big goo arteries, as expected,
goo artery
comes out. But you'll notice that it's not really a lot of goo, as the flow halted very quickly. But then, to our amazement, we watched over the course of a few minutes, all the goo just gets sucked right back in, the channel is repaired, and the flow of the network has restarted. Let's do that
That's
again.
crazy.
It's really cool to watch. It is amazing.
Hey, lady, you want my crabs? Oh, yeah, that's from Dredge.
How quickly it just slurps the goop back in and fixes the leak.
Hang on. Hang on.
It is amazing how quickly it just slurps the goop back in and fixes the leak.
I'm not going to make a comment on this, but you guys know exactly what kind of comment I want to make on this.
All while the rest of its body is still going about its
Also, yes, Jerry slurps the goo. Jerry likes Metapet.
business, eating oats, and generally vibing out like it's no big deal. Now, watching this, you might accidentally think that all the little round things flowing around are some sort of blood cell, but they're not. As I've said, Jerry is just one giant cell. These are mostly nuclei, the DNA storage and processing center of cells.
Yeah.
And the goo is cytoplasm, not blood.
Ah, okay, it's cytoplasm. What the fuck is a cytoplasm?
Normally, eukaryotic
Oh, please tell it. We'd love to hear it.
cells have one
No,
nucleus.
we're good. I'm just gonna say, yes, slurps the goo and fixes the crack, just like a good significant other. I was gonna say girlfriend, but people are gay.
Though there are some exceptions like muscle cells where you get a few extra to help deal with the intense amount of protein that needs to be constantly produced. But Jerry is all nucleus all the time. Instead of dividing itself up into individual compartments, the nuclei just coexist in one giant mass of cytoplasm. In fact, Jerry has the highest cytoplasmic
Jerry is
flow
Jerry,
rate
and therefore
ever
is
found
only
in
Jerry,
one.
and nothing that Jerry
One
isn't Jerry
perk
is
of this
Jerry.
way of life is that if you break a piece of Jerry off, there's always at least a few nuclei left that can keep up the basic cellular functions needed to live. For us, this is nice because it makes Jerry very easy to propagate. Though it's one thing to...
Is that a new Jerry or a different Jerry? Is this like this? I feel like this is a ship of Theseus. If I take a plank off of the ship and I put the plank on the ground and it builds a new ship, is that still the same ship?
Say that these are nuclei, and another thing to just, check. So I'm going to use a special dye called
Thermoscientific
33342. Yeah, that's fun to say. It's a live cell stain, which means it won't harm Jerry and can be applied without having to fix the tissue first. Though calling any part of Jerry tissue feels weird. Anyway, Hochest stains DNA fluorescent bright blue. So if we switch to the blue channel and turn on the fluorescent light system on our microscope, we can have a look. I had to take a long exposure as the glow was kind of dim, but sure enough, we see lots of blue nuclei embedded in the non-moving goo. And the veins are glowing blue as the nuclei streak past. I combined a white light and fluorescent image to make this view.
One of us. Assimilate.
Are especially concentrated near the growing edge. Though while we're doing this,
technically it's the same Jerry in DNA, but it separated Jerry from Jerry. So I'm just like, it's a twin. You can create an unlimited amount of twins. Yeah?
I have another dye I want to try. In a previous video, we used a dye called rhodamine 123 to visualize the mitochondria inside skin cells.
All right, everybody, say it with me. Say it with me. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell
that we had grown. Mitochondria are some of the most important organelles in a eukaryotic cell, producing most of the energy a cell uses. Say it with me now. Roses are red, it's hot like hell.
Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Fucking goddamn it! No! I got read like a fucking book.
Anyway, they're basically bacteria that many billions
of years ago
got subsumed by one of our cellular ancestors. But instead of being digested, the two cells ended up in a symbiotic relationship. And to this day, they're weird, worm-looking things and maintain their own small genome. So, what's the mitochondria situation inside Jerry? Something as mobile as Jerry is going to need a lot of energy, so as expected, we see a lot of mitochondria. But they're small and dense instead of being the long noodles that we get in human cells. Which, I suppose that makes sense. It's an organism that exists in a constant state of flow. You don't really want things clogging up your pipes. Though goo flesh and cytoplasm aren't the only things that flow. One thing that's faster than a hungry Jerry is the endless torrent of news we're inundated with every day. Figuring out what's true, and it's so easy to story just into this. As aggregator, the same thing. Actual also led. Extremely big claim news being 40%.
Sorry, I'm not putting anything news related on my channel.
Let's zoom back out again and stop staring at Jerry's junk. Instead, let's take Jerry for a walk. I'm sure that there's one question that's been weighing heavily.
Oh, that caught me off guard.
And that is, of course, what's Jerry's favorite flavor? Does Jerry like spicy or prefer sweet? And is flesh on the menu?
Okay, guys. Okay, I have a question. I put 3 bags in front of you. 1 bag contains Sour Patch Kids. 1 bag contains chocolate chip cookies. And 1 bag contains bacon. Which bag are you taking? You can only take 1. Taking the cookies? The Sour Patch Kids. Bacon. Sour, yeah. I'm on the Sour Patch Kids as well. Okay. All right. That's interesting.
Let's find out. We set up a petri dish with 5 oats that have each been flavored. We've got sweet, spicy, salty, sour, and umami. So let's see if Jerry has a preference. It seems as though Jerry has a taste for heat because the first oat consumed was the spicy one. So capsaicin.
What? Sour Patch Kids? I love Sour Patch Kids. They're so good. No, he wants some. Oh, I'm sorry, Neva. That's crazy. I did not, dude, he fucking beelined for that. There's like kind of some stuff over here going to the umami, but like, holy shit. I'm the only one that picked the cookies.
Jason evidently doesn't
also
bother Jerry at all. From there, Jerry
immediately, okay, so then it beelines for the sweet, which makes sense. It's probably doing the path of least resistance. That's what I would have to guess. He wanted the spicy. We all want a little spicy in our life.
Splits and tries both the sweet and umami oats. Jerry seemed to take a lot of time with the sweet one, but ate the umami one very quickly. Maybe Jerry doesn't have a sweet tooth or just wanted to enjoy the sweet one for longer. Now for the really interesting bit. Jerry heads towards the sour oat. This time, it seems like Jerry just went right past it and showed no interest in eating it. And this was quickly followed by the salty oat, which also seemed unpalatable.
Yeah.
Both oats initially were untouched, though it seems like after
and then he went back to the middle.
It was eventually made palatable enough to be eaten, though the sour oat was never touched. We'll have to do more testing.
That's kind of cool. So sour is acidic, right? When we think about sour, it's basically the amount of free hydrogen that an element has. That's why it is acidic. So it could be potentially damaging, probably to the highest degree. Then with the salt, it's very it dehydrates, like it removes water from the organism. So it probably took significantly longer for it to go through that. The capsaicin is wild because I figured the capsaicin would be damaging, but it could only be damaging because of our tongues. And then the sweet and umami makes sense. Why is toothpaste spicy? Toothpaste? I don't think toothpaste. Well, kinda. How's the stream going? Oh, it's going good. How are you?
But it seems like salty humans aren't on Jerry's menu.
Are you just looking at the meat going, the meat looks good, Neva? You like the meat?
And I guess if you're worried, douse yourself in lemon juice. It probably won't.
Capsaicin is kind of specifically meant to ward off mammals. God damn it, Neva. Mammals. Interesting. Yeah, because like we don't have like we taste spicy, right? The capsaicin's chemical reaction on our tongues is spicy. So like Jerry doesn't have a tongue, so it doesn't affect in the same way. So it only would have chemically affect Jerry. And if it's not acidic or whatever, then like
won't help, but the burning sensation will take your mind off it. But
fucking what?
Seems like salty humans aren't on Jerry's menu. And I guess if you're worried, douse yourself in lemon juice. It probably won't help, but the burning sensation will take your mind off it. But more to the point, Jerry is an entirely harmless organism to humans. I realize that this whole video up to this point has been giving mad Last of Us vibes, but not only is Jerry completely non-pathogenic, Jerry is technically edible. Though the reports are that Jerry tastes awful, which does...
Oh god, this screen is like that fucking tryptophobia trigger. Skipping.
Though as microbes go, Jerry doesn't smell bad. So, you know, that's nice at least.
Just play comp, get salty real fast, that's fair.
Foul, but Jerry sort of smells like decaying leaves or forest dirt. Of all the things we've grown in the lab, Jerry is by far the least off-putting smell-wise. And maybe in the future, we'll genetically modify Jerry to smell really nice.
Also true.
Now, the one problem with the taste test was that we can't see the nutrients as they distribute through Jerry's body. So let's try a similar test, but instead of a flavor, we're going to use a dye to act as a tracer and see how it distributes. What's amazing about this is that if we zoom in a bit, we can actually see how fast the dye moves through Jerry. It is much faster than the passive diffusion of the dye. We can see that faraway oats take on a pink tinge almost immediately after Jerry makes contact.
So this is cool because this answers my question earlier, right? When I was talking about like, well, once it gets its nutrients, how far within the single cell, like how far within the organism is it going to reach? And it's not that far. Not at least at this stage. It's like maybe a third or less, 25% of the total organism right now.
Contact with the dye. But then we see Jerry's whole body take on an orange hue. Let's try this again with more.
I was gonna so you know what I'm curious about? I'm sure it would take a while. But what would happen if you put like Jerry on like the back of your hand? Right? You just have like a patch and Jerry lived under the patch. Would it just consume your dead skin cells? Would that just be like the best patch of skin you've ever had for like however long you have Jerry on it? Could a symbiotic relationship form between humans and this creature where it's just like, yeah, I have Jerry. Yeah, we are fed him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we put Jerry on us and it just like goes all over our body and just eats all the dead skin cells, right? And we just always are smooth now.
Or colors. We wondered what would happen if we used different colored dyes and if
you
we
become Jerry
colors as the different dyes mix in their body. This time we used three separate pieces of Jerry. So on top of showing how nutrients distribute, this is also a great demonstration of what happens when identical bits of Jerry meet. They just fuse together with no real fuss, and within moments have adjusted their tubes to make sure everything is flowing properly. With the dyes, we see Jerry go from pink and blue to a really fun shade of green. So not only is Jerry a great pet, but you can accessorize your Jerry too.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude, that's so fucking dumb. Oh, that was so good.
I suspect with the right mix of colors, we could dress Jerry up as Venom for Halloween.
What if Jerry goes into your orifices? It would be attacked by your autoimmune system and immediately killed.
Alright, one last time. We're going to try this again, but this time we're using a UV light. The dyes we chose glow under UV, so with an orange filter on the camera to remove the purple light, we can see the dyes glowing brightly. This way, we'll see the exact moment the nutrients start being uptaken.
Too hot, yeah, that's true.
The glow allows us to see far lower concentration. When the nutrients light, we chose glow under...
Hang on.
UV. So with an orange filter on the camera to remove the purple light, we can see
when it hits the one in the top right hand corner.
Eyes glowing brightly. This way,
dude, it's almost instant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Less than a second. And it's already... That's crazy.
The exact moment the nutrients start being uptaken as the glow allows us to see far lower concentrations of dye. To my delight, this worked even better than expected, and you can actually see just how far and fast Jerry moves the dye once...
Yeah, because this is significantly farther than the other one. This is like almost all the way across the dish. That's really cool.
Eventually, the entire plate is a glowing network of tubes, and the oats are not but glowing husks. Now, one of Jerry's most amazing abilities is their incredible path optimization. When given a plate of food sources in many locations...
Okay, so I don't know if he's going to talk about this or not. You guys want to know something really cool? And it might be spoiling part of the video, but it's really fucking cool. It's really fucking cool. Japan did this, if I remember correctly. Grain of salt. Kind of speaking out of my ass here from memory, so grain of salt. But the networking system in Japan was actually created by using an organism similar to this and then taking these oats and putting it in like topical hot spots. They put the oats in like specific places that were hotspots in Japan and let the organism create it. Yes, slime mold is a more efficient railway planner than we are. It's so cool. We literally went, wow, we're kind of idiots. Let's just let the slime figure it out. And then it figured it out and we took a snapshot and we went, build that.
Jerry finds them and builds a network of interconnected tubes to efficiently distribute the nutrients as we've seen. But it's not just their ability to circulate the nutrients that's amazing. Even just where the tubes end up is a matter of extremely efficient positioning. Famously, this ability was once used.
See? See? I fucking told you.
To see how Jerry compares to humans by a Japanese group.
I told you! I'm not dumb! I know things! I'm always 2 steps ahead.
Using a large agar plate, they put a map of Tokyo underneath.
I told you!
And then placed oats on the agar in corresponding positions that the Tokyo subway stops are arranged across the city.
Right?
The idea was to see how Jerry would have connected the stops had they been in charge. To make it more accurate, they used a projector.
Oh, okay. So they didn't actually use it to plan the systems and create the systems. They ran an experiment. Okay, so they didn't use it to actually make them.
To shine light onto the plate,
thank you.
Such that the intensity of the light mirrored the geographic topography.
That is so fucking cool, dude. That is okay. All right. So let me explain to you why that blew my mind. So in order to replicate the difficulty, if I'm understanding this correctly, in order to replicate the difficulty of moving vertically through terrain, right? What they did was they increased the intensity of the light within that region or decreased the intensity of light within that region so that they could give the effect of high or low verticality based on how aggressive a light system was to specifically match the like difficulty of building there. Right? So Jerry is less likely to go through high terrain locations because the light is more intense there, therefore making it more difficult to go through. However, if the path through that location is so much better than going around it, Jerry will still go through the high light region anyway because it is better to go through a high difficulty region than it is to go through any other route. That is so fucking big brained. That is so fucking big brained. That is so cool.
Jerry hates light. So this helped discourage Jerry from growing in areas where it would have been bad to build a train line.
See? It's so cool, dude. It's so cool. That's thank you for the bits. That's that shit that scientists come up with, right? Me as a layperson never would have thought of that. But the scientists were like, how do we discourage this from going into high terrain or like severely high terrain areas that aren't really going to be beneficial to build in? Well, let's just put a fuck ton of light there. And if he still builds in that location, it means that it's worth it. That's so cool. That is so cool.
Once they inoculated the plate, all they had to do was wait. After a day or two, when the whole plate...
But dog, you dig I only thought of it after they talked about using the light. I managed to figure out what they were doing with the light, but I don't think I would have come up, like, I might have come up with a reason to discourage going to specific reasons, but it's still really cool. It is still really cool. Hi, Brana.
Covered with Jerry, the main branches that had been formed between the oats weren't too dissimilar from the arrangement of the actual train lines.
Huh. That's pretty cool.
Sure, it wasn't perfect, but it wasn't bad for a thing that doesn't have a brain, let alone any cells. For our replication, we didn't end up using the projector, but you can still see that Jerry does a great job interconnecting each of the oats efficiently. We're going to get some larger petri dishes and maybe build a projector setup so we can try this again in a future video. Jerry is so good at problem solving that we began to wonder what was really going on under the hood. Jerry may not have cells, but that doesn't mean Jerry couldn't be thinking. It would just
No, he literally can't think because he doesn't have any brain cells. The man running on pure instinct. Jerry bunched up in the bottom left corner. Yeah. Neva, you get it now? Isn't that cool?
To be a different kind of thinking than we're used to. Because
okay, fair.
Again, no cells.
Is this an amoeba?
So you can't have action potentials coming from discrete
I think so.
units, but perhaps there's still electrical activity.
Is Jerry edible?
Yes.
Helping to direct the whole mass. So we figured this would be the perfect opportunity to fire up the system we had on loan from Multi-Channel Systems. Over the past few years, we've been working on building a system to play video games with living human neurons, with the goal of eventually using it to play Doom. In our last episode of the series, Multi-Channel Systems lent us this amazing system to allow us to take our first recordings of the neurons that we've been growing. We went over the setup of the system in detail last time, but here's the TLDR. The system connects together in 3 pieces and connects to my laptop via USB cable. The head stage is this clamshell piece, and it's where you put multi-electrode arrays with your cells on it. Multi-Channel Systems also was kind enough to send us a few of their incredible electrode arrays. Since these are meant for recording human neurons, the electrodes are all incredibly tiny and are clustered into a small area for maximum neuron resolution. Thankfully, they sent us a few spare, so we haven't used all of them for neurons yet. This means we could try one with Jerry. And of course, we have our homemade neuron arrays, which we tested in that video as well. Unlike the fancy multi-channel system ones, these are made from cheap PCB material
things
stuck
they
onto
change
a
and
glass
add,
backplate. But we showed in the last video that they work great for recording from neurons. Unlike the commercial electrodes, ours are laid out specifically eventually to play a video game with neurons. As such, the electrodes are larger and spaced much further apart, so it'll be interesting to see how Jerry behaves on each array. One nice part of working with Jerry is that I can just take a blob of oats and Jerry and slap it onto the arrays, rather than having to carefully tend and grow the neurons like usual. And insofar as Jerry is used to growing on the forest floor, Jerry doesn't mind a little bacteria. So for short experiments, we don't even need to worry about intense sterile technique as much. Anyway, just like the last video, we slot our array with Jerry in it into the head stage, then close it up and wrap it with aluminum foil to act as a Faraday cage. We learned this was necessary last time because of the intense amount of electrical interference in our lab. This also happens to bonus as a light shield, which will keep Jerry happier about the whole situation. Starting off, this is the program interface for controlling the system and taking recordings. Starting first with the array for multi-channel systems.
Maybe there's a reward system in place or something?
Right off the bat, the first thing to notice is that on average, the electrical activity is lower voltage than neurons. And that kind of makes sense, since it's easier for discrete units of a cell to build up and release significant pulses. But we do see distinct spiking activity where the voltage swings rapidly. As I said earlier, the electrodes on this array are all...
Because Jerry's smart. I think it's primarily a voltage reading system. Maybe. I think... I'm not sure.
All very close together, so they only cover a very tiny patch of Jerry. As such, the signals we're seeing on each channel are very similar, but let's see what happens if we stimulate some of the electrodes with a voltage pulse. Keep in mind, the system will automatically remove the stimulation pulse from the recorded signal, so any deviation we're seeing is electrical activity by Jerry. When we fire the stimulation pulse, we see that suddenly the stimulated electrodes show a massive positive spike in voltage, which then swings negative before slowly coasting back up to normal levels. But the electrodes that weren't stimulated still show a reaction.
Oh, interesting. So he's feeling it through the entirety of his body, or he's having an entire body reaction to the stimulation in a small area? That's kind of interesting. Hi, Vidquid.
And firing the stimulator multiple times can push the negative part of the pulse deeper. This looks like a fairly classical action potential, albeit a bit slow. So maybe slightly more like a muscle firing than a brain, but still. Let's try this again with our homemade electrode array.
Jerry making Doom Jerry because Jerry...
So we can examine a wide area of Jerry and see how that looks. Right off the bat, this looks way different than the high-density array. Now we can see larger voltage spikes and swings, presumably because now we've got a better view and have the growing edge of Jerry sat on top of some of the electrodes. When we try the stimulator again, we see a massive spike on the various electrodes, but this time the far away electrodes show some really neat behavior. As you get further away from the stimulator, we see a pulse, but it's inverted. I wonder if what we're seeing is Jerry recoiling away from where the pulse originates and pushing mass to further away areas. Honestly, seeing this immediately made me think that we could train Jerry to play video games just like the neurons. Sure,
that's funny. So basically what he's explaining is that they triggered a pulse in one location, and it formed a contraction there and an expansion in another location as if it was going to try to leave that spot. That's pretty cool.
The array and probably a different control scheme, but Jerry is so electrically active that with the right setup, I think we could build a Jerry-based control loop. But, I mean, that's going to have to be for another day. Honestly, Jerry is such an amazing organism that we could keep doing demos and experiments like this pretty much endlessly. But this video is getting pretty long and Jerry needs a nap. So we're going to be back to teach Jerry more tricks and see even more weird and wonderful things Jerry can do in future videos. So
good job, Jerry.
So you don't miss it. I think it's safe to say that Jerry is a pretty amazing organism, and to show our love of Jerry, we've just added this amazing new Jerry design to our store.
That is funny.
Like all of our amazing designs, it's available on super comfy apparel, mugs, mouse pads, and more. And to show our love of Jerry even more, use the coupon code GOOLIFE for 10% off your
I was like, GOOLIFE? Goalie fee?
order. While you're there, be sure to check out our handmade posters and other designs, and of course,
the coast, you will be assimilated. All right, that is the end of the video. They're just gonna go over their own stuff. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I chilled. I like Jerry. Jerry seems cool. The stuff like that is really interesting. I want human beings to be able to make Jerry. I want human beings to be able to understand Jerry on such a finite small degree that we can start manufacturing Jerrys. Because it'd be cool. I think it'd be cool. Can I put it in the video? You would have to put it in the other 18. And I might or might not react to it. It depends on whether or not I think it's content for the channel. Whoop. I accidentally closed out. Oops, I closed out Firefox. Okay. All right. We're gonna go here. We're going to go here. We're going to go ahead and delete that. Alrighty. Boop-a-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Alrighty, so we're gonna do one more. This was from January 27th. Holy shit, this was a while ago, huh? Alright, well, we're catching up slowly. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this in real quick. This is what went wrong with Warzone. Holy shit, this is, oh my god, it's by Jack Frags, and it's 32 minutes long. Oh, we are in for a fucking essay.
Back to March 2020, you may have been one of the many people playing Call of Duty Warzone. Free to play and a fresh take on the Battle Royale genre, implemented into a...
Okay, chat, I got a question for you guys. Has anyone legitimately looked at a Battle Royale game and went, that looks like fun? How many people here would have picked up a Battle Royale game solo and played solo? Has anyone done that? Because I wanna know. How long is he gonna kill Ace the game? Really? Dog, I do everything solo. Well, yes. I don't play Battle Royale games. I'm not a Battle Royale gamer either. I have said frequently on the channel and in the past, I feel like Battle Royale games are essentially looting simulators, followed by menu simulators, followed by actual combat. I find Battle Royale games to be essentially 10% content, which is in firefights, and 90% preparing for your 10%. Mine was Super Animal Royale, only because of the cute animals. I did see that. I'm not a big enjoyer of battle royales. I don't like the amount of like I've had numerous times where I play battle royales. We've gotten to one fight, we die, and we just leave, and it's just like. So you're telling me I got to spend a new 20 minutes getting a bunch of gear going into a new firefight, right? And I am better with battle royales when I'm playing with someone, because then it's much more social, like hanging with your buddy, and a lot less gaming. Because most of the time, if you're playing with your buddy, you're like screaming at each other, doing a thing, ha, let's go here, let's do it. Like then it can be fun because you're with friends. But solo, you're fucking no shot, no way, dude. I'm not playing a battle royale. Fucking bunch of randoms on my team, people running off. Like it's nah, it's not for me. It's not for me. But interesting to see how everyone in chat kind of comes across.
Modern Warfare rebooted universe. Many Call of Duty fans experiencing 150 player combined arms battles with infantry and vehicles on a large map for the very first time. Intense combat and a second chance at life should you win a brutal.
Question for those who played Warzone: were there ever actually any planes?
Into a gritty Modern Warfare rebooted universe.
Right. So like right, not here, not here.
Combined arms battles with
right, that one right there, and right here. So are there actually like A10 like Warhogs and shit that you can get into on COD to fly into shit?
Alive should you win a brutal 1v1 fight in the Gulag.
Crossover apocalypse.
Teammates
fair.
Gathered enough money to buy you back at the last second while the play space shrinks around you. The loadout system allowed you to customize your own preferred arsenal, tweaking and meddling with builds in the gunsmith. The guns felt varied, viable, punchy, with realistic function, accurate reloads, and more recoil. They sounded incredible. The game was just pure fun and offered a great space to kick back with your friends and have a laugh in a Call of Duty.
Okay. Tinfoil hat theory. The reason why the game was fun was because it was a new IP. It was a new thing. And if they wanted to monetize it in the way they are now, the game would have fucking sucked complete ass and no one would have played it. It was kill streak. Got it. I literally think the reason why the game was good was because they needed it to be good to attract players to the mode, to hold on to those players and then sell them things.
Duty sandbox like never before. Skip to January 2025 and things have significantly changed for Call of Duty and Warzone. The situation is not good. The player count is falling. The last time I personally played Warzone was when they released the Area 99 map on November 14th last
year. There were some planes with the integrated Vanguard before I heard everyone hated them.
I played about 5 matches in total on that.
I don't think that's tinfoil hat. I hate that it's not. Okay? I hate that it's not. I hate that I can think that and then people are like, yeah, that's probably what they did. Why have we gotten to this point?
And I logged off. All of my real life friends don't play the game anymore. The milkman doesn't play the game anymore. My content creator friends don't play the game anymore. We don't talk about it at all. There's no desire to play right now. But why and what the hell happened here? Well,
hey Jack Frieds, when can I get this video in Battlefield, huh? For those who are unfamiliar with Jack Frags, used to be a Battlefield content creator. Yeah.
In this video, I'm going to give some feedback and try to understand and explain what happened. I'm going to keep it as brief as I can, and I'm
32 minutes, huh? Brief as you can.
Make some assumptions. This is more how I feel. There's going to be some feels over reals here.
That's fair.
Everything that I say is based on my experience with this game and from listening to other people's experiences and viewpoints. I realize how hard it must be to make a massive game like this, but consider this some constructive criticism from a fan.
Never feel bad for a company that was bought for $60 billion. That is $60,000 million. There's no excuse for these game companies. If they want to make a better game, then you can hire more people. Simple as that.
Don't agree with me on everything, and that's perfectly fine. I'm going to be wrong about some things, but do let me know your thoughts below. But this is how I feel about the current situation, and hopefully offers some potential solution.
And most of that theory was gold foil hat.
Playing Warzone on a daily basis. Now, cute. I don't touch the thing, and I want to see it improve. We'll be discussing some general COD stuff in here too. Now, I want to be clear that I'm also making this video from the perspective.
Man, dude, fucking UIs lately. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like the gaming industry has had this hard on for UIs. That it needs to be more flashy. It needs to have more pictures. It needs to be more like invasive and big and stuff. And I don't know why we're moving in that route. It just feels like it clutters the screen so much. I mean, there are some games out there that have been pretty good about like limiting UI, you know, with pure gold in your ears. I don't like look at it. Like, let's go through this real quick. All right, let's just go through this real quick.
I think I'm a lot dumber than you thought that I thought I was once.
Okay, thanks. Potato case. Thank you, potatoes. We have like match indication up here, 39 downs, 82 somethings, 1 skull. I don't know what it means. I don't play God. Right? We've got a compass at the top with the name of the location you're in. We got a map with some icons on the map. We have a bounty with like the numbers and this giant thing that says bounty on it with more time numbers. We have the reward for it. We have, I'm guessing, kill feed. We have squads. We have, like, there's just so much crap on the screen. Why do we have a giant thing in the middle of the screen telling weapon rank up? Like, there's this thing over here. Like, there's just my eyes. You want to know what my eyes see? My eyes see this area here, this area here, and this area here. That's what I see. Everything else is blocked by UI. So I'm not really seeing anything. Maybe it would be different when I'm playing it, but when I'm an observer, like I see like maybe a third or 40% of the actual game, and the rest of it is just text in pictures.
Gamer rather than someone who makes YouTube videos for a living.
Oh yeah, and that can we talk about like
the perspective of a gamer?
Hang on, watch
rather
this.
than someone who makes.
Look at how much of the fucking game you lose, right? Do you guys remember? I don't know who was here for this. I don't know if it was last Sunday or the Sunday before. We frame by framed a specific animation for one of the shotguns or rifles or something, where like they would reload and you'd have this massive kickback. And no joke, the reload animation like took up a solid 60 to 70% of the screen. Like it would legitimately completely block off your field of view, right? This too. Like, this is terrible. Like, you don't like there. Okay, I get, right? I get that there's a line that you need to draw very carefully, especially in games with really high time to kill, that you have to tell the player, hey, you got shot. And this is like your whole screen grows red. You got shot, right? I get that. So it's kind of hard to balance, but this is so blindingly red and it's taking away from so much visibility, right?
YouTube
It
videos
just
for a living. Forget about that. I've played almost all of the Call of Duty games on PC.
I know I'm getting shot, but seriously?
Online multiplayer since the very first Call of Duty set in World War II. I was running around Carentan and
Also, the quality of this video that's playing right now. I have this on 1080p. This is the best. This is the best quality I can get for this, guys. There's the same picture 3 times in a row from ghosting. I know it's an old video, but like, holy shit.
Having a blast before.
Or my other favorite thing from back in this day and age.
I was running
interlacing.
Carentan and Stalingrad, fragging out on a 56.
Hang on, I'll show you interlacing. You ready? Watch this. Okay, there you go. Okay, that's interlacing. You see how like this plane has like this yellow line here and then a yellow line here and then like, and it looks like it's being pulled apart, like stitched, right? So this is like, this is what is called interlacing. And for those who are youngins, right? For those who are youngins, you might be familiar with the terminology of 1080p. Okay, I believe P stands for progressive. I could be wrong, but basically there's 1080p and 1080i, 720p, 720i, right? So the I and P were standard for different like ways that the image was being drawn. So 720i meant that half of the image was drawn and then the other half of the image was drawn. So you'd have what this is called, you'd have this effect of interlacing, where during a lot of movement, one half of the pixels were in one location and the other half of the pixels were in another location because it was interlaced, right? That's just how it works. In 1080p, we don't have this issue because all of the pixels are rendered at the same time. So we will never have 1080i again, or 720i, or 480i, or 360i. That technology is dead and gone. We shouldn't even be calling it 1080p anymore because it's just by default, it's just 1080, right? But this is what interlacing is. And if we continue to go through frames, you see that? Okay, you see how it caught up? So here's like frame 1, then it's interlaced, and it's trying to catch up, it's trying to catch up, and it catches up. So you can see how things break apart in the rapid movement, and that is because it's interlaced footage. This was recorded at 480i, designed to be played back on things that would play with like interlaced.
Having a blast. Before that, it was Medal
Just a little fun fact.
I've seen it all. Things have changed a lot though for Call of Duty since then. I'm also predicting that with COD bringing back Verdansk in March or April this year, as the rumors go, they are hoping that it's going to reinvigorate the game and
do we have Verdansk back, Chips?
The players will come flooding back. However, I don't think this will be the case unless there are significant, meaningful changes, as there are many fundamental issues.
Did he actually wait? Did he actually miss that? Wait, hang on.
There were significant.
I'm stepping through this. I want to know if he actually missed this shot. He didn't. Wait. He legitimately didn't. Unless it's zeroed wrong. I don't know if this game has zeroing. But he's on his head. The center of his crosshair right now in this frame is on his head. And then the next frame is recoil from the weapon firing. He didn't miss. Not unless this weapon is zeroed to a further distance, so the bullet's going over the target. But like, he's on this character's model's head. I fucking hate video games, dude. That was a hit.
Changes, as there are many fundamental issues with the current build that will overshadow.
I don't think he got a hit marker on it though. He didn't.
So 2020.
Dude, you fucking kidding me?
25 Warzone.
I'd be pissed, dude. I swear, games have been gaslighting me and telling me I've been missing shots for years that I haven't. And that right there is just one of those levels of confirmation where it's just like, yeah, I shot him and I didn't get a hit marker. Like,
let's start with gameplay. The current iteration of Warzone as a whole.
I think it's soon, but I'm not totally sure when. Okay.
Especially for new and returning players. 2020 Warzone
April 3rd.
was simple.
All right.
I've broken this gameplay bit down into sections. First up, we're going to talk about movement. The movement in 2020 Warzone was basic. You had aim, shoot, sprint, tactical sprint, slide, and a contextual weapon mount. It was easy to understand and simple to get to grips with for new or existing COD players.
That's pretty cool. Whoa, hang on. That's pretty cool.
Warzone was basic. You had aim, shoot, sprint, tactical sprint, slide, and a contextual weapon mount. It was easy to
here
understand and simple to get.
That's pretty cool. Hit rate failed. Fuck you, bullet don't count now. Yeah, exactly. This is pretty cool. I like this. I think Battlefield kind of had something like this with its bipod mounting systems. I think this is a difficult system to implement correctly, but I think like going up against a wall and like doing that for keybinds, I think that's pretty cool.
To grips with for new or existing COD players. 2025 Warzone integrated with Black Ops 6, and it took on
Omni
movement system.
Yeah.
You can now sprint in any direction, dive through the air in any direction, lie on your back and shoot, dive, slide, get up really quick, continue shooting, crouch, slide. It has many complexities.
I don't like omni movement. I don't like omni movement because movement is meant to be punishing. I think like okay. So to describe why I don't like omni movement is because it's like removing recoils from weapon. Recoils from weapon. It's like removing recoil from weapons. The recoil is part of what makes a gun difficult to use. Restrictive movement is a part of how you position and how you put yourself, and not letting yourself go into a situation where you can't get out.
Food, though.
Thanks for paying for my food. I appreciate it. So I don't like omni movement. I think removing the restriction that movement has removes the penalty from being a bad player. Sometimes the dog words confuse me. Basically, it means that to me, you shouldn't be able to sprint in every direction, because if you want to get somewhere quickly, you should have to commit to forward. Like, you should have to commit to sprinting in the direction you want to run, because it's part of the skill expression about being good, about managing your position and not putting yourself in positions that you can as easily get out of. Omni movement allowed you to become very escapist and very, this is a bad position for me, I can just sprint backwards. I can't sprint backwards IRL or sideways. Yeah, exactly.
Unpredictable, frustrating, and confusing firefights. It's difficult.
Yeah, so here you go. He basically says the same thing I do.
Dive through the air in any direction, lie on your back and shoot. Dive, slide, get up really quick, continue shooting, crouch slide. It has many complexities, leading to unpredictable, frustrating, and confusing firefights. It's difficult to understand just from a base level, featuring many customizable options too that confuse players, especially for those returning. While it may have been a fun change of pace for multiplayer in Black Ops 6 on small maps with fast respawns,
I can get behind that.
I feel like it isn't well suited to a Call of Duty Battle Royale experience. Intrinsically linked to this is a severe lack of consistency.
Bingo. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that like you kind of have the realm, right? You have a range of, you have from like Counter-Strike, which is if you're shooting, you can't move, because the second you start moving, your bullets go everywhere, right? And then on the other side of the spectrum, you have this, which is like, if you're not shooting and moving, you die. And I don't like either extreme. I think the good like limit is somewhere in between.
This is a big issue. Every year a new COD game releases and they integrate that into Warzone. The result of this is that there's no through line.
I'm back. What did I miss? We're just breaking down Call of Duty.
And based
That's one hell of a quote. I have like 180 of them.
Understanding for the game.
I do appreciate the time between quotes. Some people just start spamming it and I have to tell them to stop spamming. So I appreciate the pausing between quotes for a little bit before going off the next one.
And then Cold War releases, guns get quicker, TTK gets quicker, movements faster. Next was Vanguard, Verdansk goes away, World War II setting, map design ethos changes, overpowered planes in the sky, bad visibility. And then Warzone 2, massive
that's kind of nasty
changes.
visibility.
They add an inventory system, they add AI, strongholds.
Ooh.
It's now a mix between BR and an extraction game. Snipers are changed and the pace is slowed down excessively. Modern Warfare 3, they revert most of that and you have a weird hybrid that's been hodgepodged together, playing on an uninspired large map, Urzikstan, with no character. Black Ops 6, completely new movement system, still on the same big map. There's no ground zero for the players. And sometimes players might not necessarily like that year's flavor of COD either, yet they're forced to have it in Warzone. Many have favorites, some love the Black Ops type gameplay.
Yeah, what do you do? Like, this is such a great example of, if we don't update, we die. Because they just keep fucking changing things. And it sounds like they're changing things just for the sake of being able to say we change things.
Some hate it. Some prefer Sledgehammer, Infinity Ward for Modern Warfare. There's too much pulling and pushing.
I watched enough Twitch to know quotes making it annoying. I appreciate it.
Constantly bickering on what their vision of Warzone is for whatever year, yanking the game in different directions, time and time again, taking one step forward and 3 steps back. Problems and bugs that were previously fixed return again and again. Think about Counter-Strike. That game released in 1999. It's inherently the same game today, one of the most played games ever on PC.
That's something to be said. That you don't need to innovate all the time. You just need to polish what you are and maintain the vision of what you are and stay the course. And people will naturally continue to gravitate towards your game, and they will naturally accumulate as you polish it more and more and more. If you don't have a vision, if you don't have a specific thing that you want your game to do well, if you don't have something that players can feel like they can come back and have a consistency in the gameplay, you are going to lose people and gain new people at the same rate. You're never going to change, and it's never going to be... People are always going to get burned out by all the changes and stuff. Counter-Strike knows its audience and has that shit on lock. Yeah. And honestly, Counter-Strike 10 years ago wasn't nearly as popular as Counter-Strike today. No way. Gaming blew up. And just by the association of gaming blowing up, Counter-Strike got more players. Valorant got more players. They know the type of game that they are. They know the type of things their players like. And they polished to what their players like. And Call of Duty just... They're so money hungry. They're not willing to commit to something and stay the course.
PUBG, there's a foundation they've stuck
to. It's like a Fortnite suddenly becomes a survival game. Yeah, Fortnite becomes an extraction. Wait, Fortnite has a fucking tack shooter mode now, doesn't it? How's that going? Because I'm pretty sure they released that like this year or last year or something. Like Fortnite just was like, yeah, we do Fortnite shooter. I don't remember the name for it, but yeah.
Conviction in the game design, and this is hurting it on many levels, and the choice to integrate it into the yearly cycle of Call of Duty games is not working. Next, guns. Why is there over 160 weapons in the game? This kludge of Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 6, it cannot be balanced. It's bloated, overwhelming, intimidating. Thinking about all these guns that you have to level up now, which takes way longer than it used to, by the way. Only 5 of them get used most of the time. It just seems so unnecessary. And
all right. Sorry, Jack. I'm gonna have to go with a no on that one. I don't think... Okay, for the sake of weapon balancing, yes, I agree. Just by the very nature, trying to balance that many weapons is going to be an issue. 100% agree. However, people will always find a favorite and love the gun to absolute death, no matter how good it is or how bad it is. And I think taking those options away from those players is not good. I get it for the reason of gameplay balance, and I totally agree. But I think players should be able to have the option of playing any gun that suits them perfectly, no matter how good or bad it is.
the gear, there's too much gear, too many options. What's this? RDB. Is that a life ring? Do I have to be in water to use that? This is a Semtex. That doesn't really look like a Semtex, but whatever. A spy camera? What? So why would I want to take a picture in a battle royale game? What kind of spots people? It's a waste of time. Never going to use that again. What's this vest on the ground here? Oh, there's a different one here. Why is this board game from the 80s here? What does that do then? There's just too much stuff in the game. Too much stuff. Next.
I would say I don't disagree. However, for my purposes, for my reasoning behind it, I would say it makes combat too inconsistent, right? If you have 2 or 3 like gadget items and you're going against another squad, right? You can be like, okay, they'll have this, this, or this, and you'll be able to play around those particular different options, right? If you have a shit ton of gadgets and you're just like, oh, I forgot that even existed, and I lost that combat because of some weird, obscure gadget thing that like no one else uses, right? That sucks. That makes the gameplay in fights extremely inconsistent and not fun. My issue is when they have the same gun 3 times. You mean like the M16 and the S14 and the W19 are basically all the exact same thing, but different like models.
It's not really
yeah, I agree with that
anymore. It plays more like TDM on a large map where there are 1,000 ways to respawn. You get your loadouts almost instantly, and the map just happens to get smaller and smaller until one person or team wins. There are way too many options to respawn. You don't feel the danger or value your life in Warzone like you used to, and that takes away a key component of the game that made it fun and interesting. Warzone 1 struck a nice balance with this, but they've taken respawns in the main battle royale mode too far in the wrong direction.
Nice shot.
Changes they've made, in fact, have steered the game
sexy
away
as
from
fuck.
its original vision. There's no downtime anymore.
What the hell was this?
Redeploy beacons that can move you around vast distances of the map in a few seconds. Fast zip lines everywhere, connecting buildings together.
They have 4 MP5s. Got it. Same ice cream, different cone. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then that's not good. That's not good. If there's not enough, okay, there's not enough weapon diversity, right? If there's not enough differences between weapons, you shouldn't have them. If you have 5 or 4 MP5s and they all recoil the same, damage the same, sound the same, like all that sort of shit, then yeah, fucking get rid of them. But if you have all of the captions look like this, thanks. I don't know why this shows up. Sometimes this just pops up. I think that, okay, so to this point, I agree with the fact that like movement systems in Battle Royale is just kind of shitty game design unless they're very, very specific, right? So what I mean by that is when you're pushing a team and they're in the building, you shouldn't be able to feel like that the enemy team could just jump out of a fucking window and leave. There needs to be a level of commitment to your location, right? If you have to go from location to location, you got to run there. Like, that's dangerous. How do we do that? Like, that's a part of what is supposed to make a Battle Royale good. If you just have a shit ton of zip lines and a bunch of beacons and balloons and fucking cars and shit, then all of a sudden being in a specific area is no longer any danger at all because you just hop in the car and leave.
Time anymore. Respawns, redeploy beacons that can move you around vast distances of the map in a few seconds. Fast zip lines everywhere, connecting buildings together, horizontal and vertical. The pace is relentless and you don't have time to breathe. Those quiet moments that you had in 2020 when you were looting, moving from point A to point B, working out how much money you had together to see if you could buy a loadout yet, chatting, catching up with your mates, socializing while you play.
Bingo. Right there. What did I say, chat? What did I say? Before we even got into the video, Battle Royales are more of a social game than a game. People play Battle Royales to hang out with their buddies and like chit chat and like kind of like chill out and not do much, right?
That's all gone. That's not possible anymore. Those moments were needed. People enjoy those moments. The peaks and valleys of 2020 Warzone are what made it addictive and interesting. There was a narrative, little stories and moments that you would have and remember. Nowadays, it's just a hyper-fast TDM with a shrinking play zone. Most players just run at each other full speed and hold down fire. The basis of a semi-authentic, realistic map that we used to have has been replaced for intense player movement and rotation. Moving on, vehicles. Useless now, no one uses them. Why would you when you can loot a redeployed beacon and move vast distances in a few seconds? Vehicles in Warzone 2020 were fun. Big part of the gameplay.
Because you had to use them.
A squad in a big truck, a jeep,
yeah,
relocating in a helicopter, or having to bail onto a roof at the last second because it just took too much damage from other players. This was exciting and it offered unique gameplay scenarios that COD didn't have before. The vehicles now handle poorly, they can be destroyed easily, they might as well not be in the game, and the map design has hampered the use of vehicles too. The other side of this is that
vehicles don't... Hi, EB. Woof. Woof back at you. It feels like I'm listening to a language I don't speak. I'm a turbo nerd. Chips, vehicles don't respawn in Warzone, right? So like if one vehicle just blows up, that's gone for the rest of the map. I feel like vehicles could have been used as almost not like a currency, but as like as its own directive, right? So for instance, there's only one vehicle per POI, or one vehicle only in hot drop POIs, and having control of a vehicle could be seen as a battle asset because there's not a lot of movement system, right?
Vehicles also created epic and memorable moments for infantry who were fighting against them.
No way he hits that.
Go on. Oh! No way! No, Jack! No way! That is ridiculous. Oh, you got it.
That's insane. That's insane. Oh, wait, hang on.
Fighting against them.
Wait, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. No. That fucking rocket traveled for essentially 4 seconds. That is Gross. That was so good.
No, Jack. No way. That is ridiculous. Hitting long-range RPG shots on helicopters and Berthas as they screamed by, being chased down on the main roads by quad bikes.
Hello, everyone. Hi, C9.
Michael Bay moments.
How you doing, EP?
Javelin rockets at armored personnel carriers, setting proximity mine traps on the roads and bridges, using C4, sniping a pilot. That's all gone now. Doesn't happen anymore. Yes, I recognize that some of the vehicle systems were overpowered and they could be annoying at times. For example, fighting a truck that can instantly accelerate to 200 miles per hour and roadkill you. But they've been nerfed to the point
that
where they're irrelevant, and I think that's a shame. Next topic, audio.
Dude, this has been such a problem. This has been such a problem. Okay, you know what? Before I say anything, chat. If you have been playing games for about like 8 years or so, can you tell me, have you seen a change in the way the audio for video games have been? Have you played games where everything is fine, everything is clear, and then have you played a game where you genuinely think that like the audio system is broken? Because I'm deaf in one ear. I'm like variable deafness in one of my ears, right? And I swear to you, I have played games from Overwatch, Call of Duty, Battlefield, whatever, where I have been killed and I literally don't hear anything. I don't know if like the audio space is cluttered because there's vehicles moving around and there's gunshots in the distance and like all this sort of shit, or if like the audio systems in games have just been straight up fucking busted for years. I swear. Played a game for about 10 years and I have not noticed anything about that. Okay. Besides solo games. Yes. It's actually interesting to bring that up. Single player games I've never had that issue with. Single player games have always been pretty good with their audio. You swear at me. I do. I swear to you. Ooh, Bearded Dragon. Nifty. I don't know. I have heard Apex Legends. I have heard Overwatch. I have heard Call of Duty. I've been hearing things about games and I've experienced them myself where I'll play something back and there's literally no audio from like footsteps or whatever and people just pop.
This could have its own section, even video, but
I don't play a lot of multiplayer, that's fair.
I wanted to include it in gameplay here because it is one of my biggest complaints with the game, and for me, it has a massive negative impact on my experience. I don't think Warzone has ever had good audio. You can't hear footstep sounds until they're right next to you. The footstep sounds get muted and muddied by other audio in the game.
That being said, thank you for the resub, EP. Heck yeah, let's go Prime Gaming. I appreciate it. That being said, one of the games that I have praised for its audio was BattleBit. BattleBit, even in the most hectic of game fights, even in the most like insane of situations, their footsteps have always been crystal clear. When someone is running at you that is on the other team, their footsteps are louder than yours and louder than your teammates. You can reliably indicate if that is an enemy player based on the decibel threshold of their footfalls. I adore the audio like balancing that BattleBit has done for their games.
Engine does an awful job with multiple footsteps at once. There's a weird reverb effect now that's confusing. It's hard to tell if someone's above or below you. Parachutes don't make noise a lot of the time and someone can just land on you without you hearing a thing. You put this all together,
really,
and to me, it makes me feel like I'm not connected to the game. I feel like I'm gliding around in a space and not grounded in the experience. My ears are not giving me the information and feedback that I need to understand the environment that I find myself in. And when I get killed by an entire squad who tactical sprinted up to me at full speed, and I watch the kill cam, my mouth agape with what I see, I'll tab, I'll watch my recording back, and all I can hear, just to check, just to make sure I'm not crazy, half a second before I die is 3 small pitter-patter footsteps. That is an...
I've done that too. Is sending pet pictures allowed on the Discord? Yes, EP. You can put it in media. Yeah, I've done that too. It actually got so bad. I think it was an Overwatch. It actually got so bad I started recording my gameplay because I was like, this can't be me. Like, there's no fucking way.
Incredibly frustrating and disconnected.
Dog, you play BattleBit? I don't play BattleBit anymore. I used to play BattleBit. It was a bunch of fun. I kind of just fell out of it. But yeah, BattleBit had an amazing audio.
Player that
amazing. Great job.
Time.
To your left. No. Wait, what?
That happens all of the time.
Holy shit, dude. Hang on, I want to try to listen. Give me a second. That's crazy. I mean, for you guys, it's going to be quieter because of the way I have audio balance right now. I didn't hear fucking shit. I didn't hear anything. Dude, I cupped my ears. I pushed in my little earbuds more. I didn't say anything. I didn't hear shit.
Now, audio is a very contentious issue in the...
They aren't even using dead silence. Yeah, I even thought about that. I was like, maybe people were using dead silence, but yeah.
Schools of thinking with it that fight each other. The first school is very anti-accurate audio because people think that if you've got good audio in COD or Warzone, it will just promote camping and players won't want to move around the map at all for fear of being pre-fired or noticed too easily. The other school of thinking is pro-good audio, and that's the one that I assign myself to because to me, I think this through. Which one would I rather have, whether I win or die? Let's think of a scenario. You're in a building, moving through to the next zone, and you have a firefight with a squad at the end of a corridor. You get bogged down. Maybe you take out one of theirs, they take out one of yours, but you're still in the fight, reloading, whatever. Then all of a sudden, behind you, another 3-man squad appears that rushed up to your building and start shooting.
Holy shit, there's a Gundam
back.
That's crazy.
Good audio there.
That's crazy.
You the squad coming and you can act accordingly. You can flank, disengage, move so you're not in line of sight from a specific window, and get ready to fight another team behind you. Whatever, you might win, you might lose. With bad audio, like how it is in Warzone at the moment, that squad runs up to the building you're in. You don't hear them. They shoot you in the back and kill you. What would be more satisfying and interesting to me in that scenario? Spoiler, it's the one where I can hear the squad coming if they kill me or not, because I would have had a level of understanding from the knowledge the game gave me before the fight, and I can act on that, regardless if
4 Gundam bundles. Oh wow.
Incorrectly, regardless of if I die or not. For me, the game would be way more engaging.
Oh, dude, audio is so important in games.
100%
audio is more important. It's so important in games.
Sprinting around, I can understand roughly where they are, and B, gave players the option to crouch or
not only is audio important in games, it also needs to be important in games in order for dead silence to be valuable. Like, if you always have dead silence on, why would you ever use the skill?
Finally, so if a player wants to be as quiet as they can be, sneak around, they still have that option, but they have to slow down a bit and think more about the engagement. A bit of risk, reward, and strategy creeps in, rather than how it is at the moment. Players just
hold W
and shift because they know how bad the footstep audio is and the chances of someone hearing them are low. To me, having better audio and more context of the situation around you is better whether you lose or win the engagement. And the audio is so bad that some PC players will spend time installing third-party software, adjusting and tweaking their EQ settings in Windows to completely distort the sound of the game just so they can raise the footstep audio slightly. Many pro players
crazy, dude.
were using this, and
that's crazy.
If they didn't, they felt like they were at a disadvantage. Some players consider this cheating too, but it shows how desperate people are for good audio. Overall, the whole audio system and way of thinking with it, the design mentality in Warzone and COD needs a huge overhaul in my opinion. So that's my core gameplay section complete. Next, we're going to move on to aesthetics. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you...
Oh, God, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. I don't think I have to voice my opinion on this one. I think everyone already knows how I feel about Call of Duty and their Fortnite-ification.
The game is going to ruin my day.
I'm gonna let this go through.
Skins can be fun, stupid, and they make a lot of money for the publisher. They support the game.
Okay, wait.
Skins can be fun, stupid, and they make a lot of money.
That's really cool, though. That's pretty fucking cool. I wouldn't ever think to see this particular character in like a Call of Duty game, but like that design, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
The publisher, they support the game, especially if it's free to play. You know, if I see someone running around as a unicorn, a shark, Nicki Minaj, an emoji, whatever the hell these things, someone running around.
Hang on.
As a
Birthrighter Ultra Skin, ride into battle with mythical vibes is Birthrighter. Okay, so we got the
unicorn, a shark,
Nicki Minaj. Why? Because they want a fat ass to look at?
Nicki Minaj, an emoji.
That's just fucking terrifying.
Whatever the hell these things are. I'm not going to start crying about it and quit the game. As long as it's just cosmetic and it doesn't have gameplay.
That's cool. That's cool. Honestly, big fan of like shit like this because this is crystal clear. This is super identifiable. This is super clear and high contrast and just good to like look at and identify. This is a good skin because this doesn't fucking blend into the background like a rose skin. If you did more skins like this, where people didn't have a choice but to run high contrast skins, I think less people would be pissy about it.
Like the rose skin did.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Apparently, I'm just on a roll today, dude. Fuck, dude. I guess I'm just on a roll. I guess I'm on a roll. Holy crap, dude.
I can live with it. I've bought stupid, goofy skins and takedowns myself. If you buy them, that's your money, your choice. However, and I do think that this is important to many people, Call of Duty.
The skin haunts everyone. I don't even play this game, and that fucking skin haunts me.
Used to have an identity, an aesthetic. For many gamers, especially those who are late 20s.
Oh man, old COD 2 and COD 1.
They grew up with the original COD trilogy set in World War II, then the original.
My baby. My baby. Oh, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1. Oh, I miss you so much. Come back. Come back, my memories. Come back, my childhood.
Modern Warfare trilogy, up until about the first Black Ops game, I'd say. All of those.
Call of Duty 3, dude. I remember this image. PlayStation 3, man. I remember this. This was a multiplayer game, too. And then the big one. This one and this one right here were literally the turning point for the franchise. These two games absolutely exploded Call of Duty. Exploded. Same with Halo. Was it Halo 3, I think? Was it around the same time? Halo 3, Call of Duty 4, Call of Duty World at War. This one was the introduction of zombies. They still were stuck in the World War II thing, which people didn't really care about, but they brought in the zombies and everyone fucking loved the zombies. And then this one brought in all of like just the perk system and game design and the audio and just so fucking the OG Call of Duty that only had UAV airstrike and attack helicopter and whatnot. And then they just iterated so hard. I think it had custom kill streaks in Modern Warfare 2. Like you could pick the ones you wanted, I think. And then Black Ops came out because they were like, all right, we won't do World War anymore. Let's go. Let's move on. The original Black Ops zombies, the zombies that came into Black Ops were so fucking good, dude. Modern Warfare 3, I didn't really care about. These four games right here were crack. They were crack. They were so good, so addicting. Once Modern Warfare 3 came out, I started going, really? We're doing it for a third time? And then things started getting a bit indifferent for me. When I accidentally wiped my friend's campaign state by replaying old levels, which I thought was dumb because replaying the last mission over and over again was boring as fuck.
Games together collectively had a vibe to them. This is what Call of Duty looked like.
I know this map. Used to go through this building on the left-hand side here to shoot into here. People used to crawl, dude. Used to crawl, and with a sniper ghillie would crawl through this grass over here, and you couldn't fucking see him because this wheat field was so tall. You could crawl through the entirety of this grass on this left-hand side and get up to this building completely unspotted, right? This break in the wall, everyone jumped through this break in the wall to go into the house. There's a bridge back here. Oh, dude.
Like back then. It was
Yeah. So here's a better look at it. Right? So what you could do is like you could lay down right here. And because this was on console, right? This was on console. So you couldn't change your graphic settings. You couldn't turn off the grass or anything like that. Everyone on console had to play with the exact same settings. So what you saw, they saw. And that is one of my biggest fucking gripes with PC gaming, is that just because that tapestry, that bush is on your screen does not mean it's on everyone's screen. There's going to be one ultra fucking sweat dude who's going to be like removing textures and shit so people can't hide. The consistency in the like knowing the other team is seeing exactly what you are made the game so much more like, I don't know, it felt like you were in there. So if you lay down here and you crawled out into this grass, you knew no one was going to fucking see you. No one was seeing you.
The cool, gritty military game with realistic outfits and guns. Yeah.
Oh, whoa, dude, I haven't seen that map in so long. Wait, hang on.
Then. It was the cool, gritty.
That's like a fever dream. I can't tell if this is a map I had in a dream once, or if this is the map with a big road in the middle of it.
Military game with realistic outfits and guns.
This is a good map too. I remember this one. This one I think got redone in Modern Warfare 2. I think it was the one with the street. I don't remember though.
It was arcadey, and you'd have bombastic action.
Oh, was this the helicopter down one? I think this is the helicopter down map. I love this map. This was a great map
in the campaigns and multiplayer, but
this was the main campaign.
Feeling in the visuals, the world.
This is the main campaign. This was, dude, all ghillied up. Still, yes, Crash. Thank you. All ghillied up. Still to this fucking day. Is such an amazing campaign mission. I don't know if it's the color palette. I don't know if it's like the atmosphere. Fuck. But like, dude, the pressure. It was slow. It was methodical. It was consistent. You felt like you knew what you were doing and why you were there. And it's so good. All Ghillied Up was such an amazing fucking campaign mission.
Plus the guns, even the audio. That has completely disappeared now.
This was another. So, this became a map. Actually, this map we're seeing right here in the background, this is a campaign mission. But this building in the background actually was a DLC later on in Modern Warfare. I think it was pretty sure it was Modern Warfare 1. This was a DLC. I don't know if it was called Antenna or Radio. I don't remember the map name. But essentially, you would play in this parking lot, and there was like buildings in the parking lot, and it was like in TDM or Search and Destroy or whatever. They put the things in, like there was one over here because this was a rooftop, this was a smaller area, and then like there was this other side building over here which was like a newsroom or some shit like that. And it was such a hilarious map because it always turned into assault the building, because one team would spawn outside and one team would spawn inside, and the second that the majority of the outside team got inside, the inside team would start spawning outside. It was such a fun spawn system, and it was always like storm the building. It was an amazing map. It was so much fun.
Call of Duty does not have an identity anymore. It's akin to Fortnite.
This was
in the range of art styles and aesthetics
this is the main
crammed
story.
into the game. This trend started with Black Ops to
Wait, hang on.
Fortnite in the range of art.
Look at this fucking. Look at this scope, dude. Look at how many polygons are on the scope. That's so funny.
Styles and aesthetics crammed into the game. This trend started with Black Ops 2 from what I recall, and it really began to accelerate with Advanced Warfare. Player customization obtained in various ways, from supply drops, challenges, weapons could look a bit different.
Fucking
guns, even the audio. Fortnite in the range of art styles and aesthetics crammed into the game. This trend started with Black Ops 2 from what I
because it definitely wasn't Black Ops 1. And it wasn't Modern Warfare 3. Because Black Ops 1, you didn't have anything. I mean, you had some things, but there was no like DLC buying. Modern Warfare 3, not that I really remember. I actually, honestly, guys, I think I legitimately didn't play Black Ops 2 because of this shit. I think that's when I dropped the game. Like, I'm pretty sure I played Modern Warfare 3. I'm pretty sure. But like,
recall.
No.
And it really began to accelerate with Advanced Warfare. Player customization obtained in various ways, from supply drops, challenges.
Yeah. When they introduced supply drops, I lost my absolute fucking shit, dude. I lost my absolute shit. I was like, you mean I'm going to buy your game and I'm not allowed to unlock things? Like, it has always been. Because it was really cool going through levels, right? Dude, the prestige system, losing all of your guns and gear and stuff in Call of Duty, the OG prestige system, where you couldn't just buy things and have them forever. You lost everything. You started from zero again, and just being like, oh God, I forgot how much I hated this gun. Or like, oh God, I can't wait to just get to the fucking AK. Get me off of this gun. Like, I want to get to like level 14 or whatever, right? That was really satisfying. And it kind of was honestly a part of the replay value for me. The second I heard of these supply drops, I was not playing this game. I was hesitant to buy the game in the first place, and I heard supply drops, and I was like, fuck no. I don't want anything to do with this game. Because this, for those who are younger, this was really around the time that like loot boxes started becoming a thing, and everyone hated it. Everyone hated it. Everyone thought it was a stupid fucking idea. No one liked loot boxes. You know who liked loot boxes? Investors. You know why they're still around? Investors. If anyone listened to the actual outcry, these would never have gone through a single, like they would have been in one game and never again. But it mmade money.
Weapons could look a bit different. You had the infamous clown mask, and with the rise in financial success of in-game microtransactions, live service, etc., the player skins and weapon skins are more outlandish than ever before. So when lapsed or even existing,
it's just a dude with a pigeon mask on.
Regular Call of Duty players come back to try the game, try the new Warzone. Maybe they come back for Verdansk.
Okay. I was going to say something about this, but here's the thing. I want to be inclusive. Okay. I want women to play Call of Duty. I want girls. I want females. I want them to have things they like too. So my initial knee-jerk reaction to this is, what the fuck is this bullshit? I stopped and I thought about it for a little longer, and I was like, this might be cute for someone. It might be. This could be the reason why a girl picks up Call of Duty and wants to play it. And I think, maybe not exactly in this manner, but I think there should definitely 100% always be the opposite spectrum to the ultra fucking high testosterone skins and shit. Because, yeah, you're right. Maybe it doesn't fit, but it's a fucking video game. It's not reality. I know it doesn't. we should be including women in video games by giving things that women might want to play with or as or look like or with or as. I think that's fine.
And they see this.
Is it weird? Well, yeah, because I'm a dude. Do I literally know people who'd look at this and be like, oh my God, that's really cute. I want to play wearing that. Also, yes.
This kind of thing. These colorful fantasy skins in a franchise that used to be grounded and
this is the other end of the spectrum.
Authentic when they played it, that could potentially turn them off. It isn't the game, the franchise they remember anymore, and they start to feel like maybe what they used to know and love isn't for them now. They don't play it again. And you know what? That's okay. Used to know and love isn't for them now. They don't play it again.
Holy shit, dude, this map. The map with the underground in the middle. The plus sign in the middle, surrounded by trees. You know what I'm talking about, Chips? Hang on. I want to Google this. I want to Google this and I want to bring this on screen because I just got face slapped with nostalgia. I don't know if it was a DLC map or not. It was, let's see if I can find it. Broadcast. Broadcast was the map we were talking about before. Oh man, Chinatown, that's crazy. Was it in COD 4? Was it COD Wasteland? Yeah. Was that Modern Warfare 2? Hang on. It was MW2. Yeah. Yeah, Wasteland. Yep. Holy shit, dude. That map sucked. Dude, Wasteland fucking sucked. That map was a nightmare to play on. You had one good dude on the other team, right? It was always the bunker. It was always the bunker in the center of that map. Everyone played the bunker because if you got into the bunker and you controlled the bunker, you could stay okay. You could be safe from airstrikes and shit, right? The second anyone in that fucking bunker got a kill streak, you were screwed because you would spawn in the middle of the open with no cover and you couldn't get to any cover because it was such an open map. Aerial kill streak abilities 8 on that map and it was crazy. It was crazy. All right, so I'm gonna download this image, or can I just hang on? I'm gonna go ahead and download this image so we can have a little bit of nostalgia together. You ready? Okay. All right. So this is a big image, which is great because we can see stuff. But I'm just gonna go ahead and crop it for now so you can still see me. All right. So that's why I use Cold-Blooded. Oh, 100%. Ambush. I loved Ambush. Ambush was kind of rough because I think it was this bottom part, you guys can't see it where I'm having my mouse, but the top left hand corner was like no one played in that area. No one ever went to the top left. Everyone always spawned at the end, on the ends, and just bum rushed the center opening of the map. But the only people that were going to the top left were the people who knew about the out of bounds trick. Oh yeah. You could get out of bounds in the top left with these buildings and fucking destroy people. It was great. And then we have Pripyat. This map, oh, I have a love-hate relationship with this map. I really liked storming the buildings, right? I really liked when there were like teams in one of these buildings in the center of the map and you would run into the buildings and you'd storm the buildings. Those were kind of fun. And then I liked shooting across from either side into the other buildings with like sniper rifles into those windows that you can see in the preview. But for the most part, like the extreme ends of the maps were almost never used. And I think those ones had pools and stuff, which so like you could, but you know, they weren't the best. Then we got, oh dude, fuck this map. Fuck this map, dude. I hated Countdown. I hate Countdown so much. This map was one gigantic open crossfire. The only way you could play this map was if you were on the outside. If you went anywhere near the center, you were mowed down by sniper rifles, machine guns, assault rifles. Dude, you just die. The only way to play this map was to circle around the bottom to the bottom left to the top. Don't ever go to the right because you'll never make it. You could only go on the left side, and if you went through the center, you were just dead. Hated that map. Hated that map. Ah, yes, Downpour. This was the one. Okay, this was the map that was a fever dream to me. I don't remember Downpour at all, guys. I don't remember playing Downpour, like, at all. I'm pretty sure the only thing I remember about Downpour was I had a dream of playing there once. I don't know if it was a terrible map. I don't know if we just never got the map, but I can't remember ever playing on Downpour. I don't have any memories whatsoever of enjoying Downpour or whatever. Oh yeah. Showdown. I liked Showdown. Showdown was a great fucking map. Dude, it was literally spawn, immediately go into the building and run in circles. I love this map. It was super simple. It was super fast. I remember coming back for a later game, but they switched to daytime. Yeah. Oh, I don't remember. I remember making a video. Oh god, I don't know if it's still uploaded or not. I remember making a video on Showdown with the like I made a thing with Showdown. Oh, Vacant is up there for one of the best maps in Call of Duty. As you guys probably know, this fucking map has been rotated into the Call of Duty series numerous times. Numerous times. Vacant is such an amazing map because you would fight everywhere on this map. You'd fight in the containers on the bottom. You'd fight in the doorway to the entry of the main building on the right-hand side. You'd fight at the fucking left-hand side, shooting over the thing that was just too tall. You'd fight at the top of the map. You would fight everywhere in Vacant. There was never a dead spot, and I love that. I think the map design for Vacant was fantastic. Oh god. Oh, at work. No. It was aesthetic. Wet Work was fun. It was an aesthetic map, but like honestly, nah. It was either sniper rifles or shotguns. You were either on one side of the map. You mean Frag City? Yeah, that too. You were either on one side of the map with a fucking sniper rifle, or you were cleaning house running through the center with a shotgun, and that was it. That's just how that map ran. Strike. Strike was a good map. Strike played in so many different ways. You could go through the center of the map and shoot down the long corridor with ARs. You could go to either left or right major side and use some machine guns and shotguns. There was a fucking sniper's like nest up here that you can see in that building in the background that you could shoot out of. Strike was a great map. I really like Strike, and it was a big map too. The like firefights would break out in random locations, and people would have to go to the other side of the map to chase it down and get into them. I liked Strike. Overgrown. Yeah, Overgrown was another great map. Giant fucking canal through the center you could run through, switching between sides from this hole in the wall in the dead center of the map to the building on the other side. Overgrown was a fantastic map. I think also because of the way the spawns were, you never really spawned in the middle of the map. You kind of always spawned on the edges. And you never really got mowed down immediately after spawn. I love Overgrown. Overgrown was a fantastic map. Crash. Oh boy. Crash was one of the very few maps that I saw, or that I played, and I was like, this is either going to end with me getting my shit kicked in or the enemy team getting their shit kicked in. Crash was one of the only maps I've ever played that I felt like if you knew the map, you were going to destroy. If you had map control, you were going to destroy. So like, I kind of like it and I kind of don't because of that, but it was good. Fog. This map pissed me the fuck off. I love the aesthetics of Bog. I love like fighting in this map type. It was such a great map at nighttime with the lights from the fires and stuff, but holy shit, dude. This was terrible for spawns. You literally would spawn not out in the open, but you would spawn within a line of sight, and some people knew those lines of sight and would just destroy you. And everyone always fought. Okay, so everyone always fought over this fucking bus in the background. It's hard to see, but there's a bus in the background. Everyone always fought over that goddamn bus. Backlot? Dude, you're getting back shots and backlot, man. Backlot was a nightmare. This place was, you were running a SMG or a shotgun or you were dying. Like the only place you could fight long range was the top center of the map. Everywhere else, everyone wanted that construction building all the way at the bottom of the map. Everyone would fight in that construction building for high ground and map control. And like, yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that one. And then we're gonna go more here. Go this way. Okay, so that's that. Crossfire. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, Crossfire. I loved this map. I have a love-hate relationship with Crossfire. If you didn't have a fucking 50 cal, you weren't experiencing real Crossfire. Everyone and their mother ran a fucking sniper rifle 50 cal on this map and went either to the construction building in the very bottom or the normal building at the very top and just were pumping bullets and bullets down the main corridor through the center street. This was a Sniper City's best friend, but at the same time, you had so much cover on either side of the map that you could run shotguns on it. I loved this map. It was one of the very few maps you were either running a sniper on or an SMG on, and basically nothing else. And dude, I'm telling you, some people got stanced up in the building at the bottom of that street and would just go like 16-0, 17-0. I love that map. I have so many good memories on that map. Pipeline? Dude, fuck this map. Hi, Luna. Fuck Pipeline, man. Fuck Pipeline. Dude, the amount of times I would run between these buildings or whatever and just get shot from the other end of the hill with someone laying in a ghillie suit. So I can't use my mouse. I can't show you, but there's an L here, right? On the right-hand side of the map. There's a big fat L. Right on the edge of the long part of the L that goes north and south, there's a hill. And it was a big sloped hill where there was a bunch of grass and you could lay in a ghillie suit and you could just take pot shots for days. You got Lord on Loki. Hey, congrats, Swap. Okay, now the variety map pack. So the variety map pack were the DLC. Broadcast, loved Broadcast. Loved Broadcast. It was super fun to play in. Creek, fuck Creek, dude.
It's almost time for dogs out.
Creek was a nightmare. Creek was literally Sniper City. You could not play on this map without getting shot from across the map. Creek sucked, and it was so cumbersome to run through, and it was weird, and there was just shit that would get in the way from like sprinting around. I did not like Creek. I was never a fan. Okay. Well, now hang on. Because, like, I thought, we missed something. Okay. Kill House. All right. Right. Awesome map. Awesome map. I loved Kill House. Because of the amount of bullet pen you could go through these soft buildings. It was great. It was hectic, but it was great. Now, We're gonna get to the map. We're gonna get to the map. Okay. All right. Chinatown sucked. Dude, I fucking hated Chinatown. Probably, honestly, the worst map from Call of Duty. Call of Duty 4. I hated Chinatown. Absolutely despised it. Now, the best map. The best map in all of Call of Duty. Shipment. Even to this day, if you are a Call of Duty player, you know what Shipment is. Shipment is an iconic meat blender. I'm doing good. How are you, Luna? It is iconic in the Call of Duty franchise. Shipment was no one gives a shit. No one cares. Quick scope, shotgun, HMG, LMG, fucking assault rifle. Didn't matter. We're plopping you in and you're killing other people. And the modded lobbies. Modern Warfare 2 Shipment. I'm pretty sure it had it. Or Modern Warfare 1. Where people figured out how to turn on ground war in Shipment for 32 player matches where you would literally spawn and instantly die because some dude is laying in a corner with a fucking machine gun spraying the spawn point. It was so funny. It was so funny. It was so dumb and so funny because no one cared. One of the best maps, if not the best map ever released. And then District. District was kind of weird. District reminds me, was it Strike? Yeah, District and Strike. I always like thought they were kind of the same map. So I never was really too much of a fan of one or the other because they kind of played the same. But yeah, those are the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1 maps. Absolutely legendary map pool. Absolutely legendary map pool. A couple of those maps I absolutely hated. Countdown and Chinatown being two of those. But yeah.
And you know what? That's okay. People move on. But I suppose it depends.
Sorry about that.
Depends on how much of an impact the lack of realistic aesthetic and identity is actually hurting the game. I don't have the data for that, of course, but I feel like it should be a consideration as I've seen many people discuss this. It isn't
yeah, Luna, we're just doing a react to stay Sunday. You can feel free to chat though. I'm pretty good about replying.
In realistic, authentic worlds where they can play a role and sink into a fantasy.
The trailer for the game. Fuck this map.
And perhaps the solution to this that would please both parties is to have a simple toggle switch in the options that says only show me default and authentic skins. Next, oh boy, cool. Cheats. I cannot believe that after 5 years after all of the calls, the feedback sessions, the Reddit posts, the tweets, the blogs, the videos, the clips, the lawsuits, Warzone and Call of Duty still has a gigantic problem with cheaters. It's as worse as it's ever been, and the community does not trust that anything can be done to ameliorate the cheating situation. It's out of control. Legit players are getting shadow banned more often than ever now too. People don't.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, when it's stuck in ads, fucking rip. That sucks. Yeah. It's one thing to have issues with cheaters. It's another thing to be getting rid of legitimate players.
Trust each other.
That's kind of fucked.
Question every kill cam. The cheating situation is so bad that some people actually believe Activision develop cheats themselves and then sell them to cheat websites who sell them to players. It's absolutely wild. I realize that this is not an easy job for the developers. It's an ongoing battle, and it can never be won by either side, especially when there's money involved. But it's quite clear.
EP, did you send your picture in the Discord?
And it does not have control of this at all. And it's hard to know where to start discussing this too, because there's so many factors at play. But this really started to become a widespread problem when Modern Warfare 19 introduced crossplay with PC and console, and Warzone released as free-to-play, exposing that huge console audience to things that they'd never seen before. Rage hacking, aimbots, wall hacks, flying cars, DDoS attacks.
Not just one, multiple. I will take a peek.
And Warzone spread problem.
Since we're doing React after all today.
Introduced crossplay with PC and console, and
oh no, bro. Oh no. Oh, console players getting into PC player lobbies with cheats? That sucks.
Warzone released as free to play, exposing that huge console audience to things that they'd never seen before. Rage hacking, aimbots, wall hacks, flying cars, DDoS attacks. It showed all of this stuff to a massive group that hadn't seen it before, and they started talking about it. And I'm going to keep this short because it's been discussed ad infinitum, but here's some things they could do.
So many cool animals.
That I feel
Your eyeballs.
oh, in the Discord, yeah. Meaningful impact. Some of this stuff wouldn't be easy. It would.
Yeah, I'll take a peek now. I'll take a peek now. Give me a second. So yeah, I recognize that dog. What the fuck is that? Is that an axolotl? It is. Oh. You have horses? Since when did you have horses? Horses for courses, of course. You have horses. Interesting. Okay.
Be a difficult decision, but I think it would help. And bear in mind that I play on PC.
They have the ability to turn off crossplay. Hey, that's cool. Can I have that ability? Can I have that ability too? When I'm playing fucking Rivals, can I not play with the fucking console shitters? Sorry, console players. I've lost a lot of games because of you.
Too. So
Horse isn't mine, but I ride him. He's a sweetheart. Aw, just cute.
Step 1. Give console players the option for console-only crossplay.
Do they not have this? I'm gonna pass out. Bye. Bye, Arctic. Have a good sleep.
So PC players can only play with console players if the console player allows that in their matchmaking filters, or if they're in a party together. Yes, for legit PC players, this would have a big negative impact on matchmaking times, but sometimes a wolf has got to chew off its own leg to survive.
If Bunny was here, she would be losing her collective shit. I'm gonna ignore that jab as I'm an Xbox player.
This could be a good fix in the entry.
I have nothing wrong with console players being somebody who came from playing on a console for like 6 years or something. But like, I'll blame the developers more than I'll blame console players. I think the developers have not balanced console MMR and PC MMR correctly, and then I just get a bunch of console players who have no idea what they're doing and they're getting stopped.
Forms of protection. Step 2, roll out a mandatory always-on secure boot anti-cheat for PC. Go down the same route as Valorant. Talk to Riot Games, get it done. Initially, people will complain en masse. If they want to play on PC, they've got to install it. No one trusts COD right now. This would be difficult, but in the long term, the benefits of having a
that's tough. That's tough because if I had to say, to be brutally honest, I think Call of Duty is bigger than Valorant. I have no idea what I'm doing, whether it is console or PC. Hi, Astro. That's fair. They did that in the last update. Did they? Okay. Sorry, I'm stun locked that Astro has finally made a comeback. I think Call of Duty has a significantly bigger user base than Valorant. I could be wrong, but I think it's not going to be as effective. Hi, Astro. How are you? It's good to see you. I think it's not going to be as effective as people would like it to be. I think it's gonna. I think anything they introduce is just gonna get overrun because there's so much money in the cheats on Call of Duty. And it's clear that the developers haven't been taking authoritative enough action against cheat developers. I know there have been cheat developers that have been taken to court more recently. I think we need to see more of that. I think we need to see more people being taken to court in order for cheat developers to get a little more hesitant to be engaging in that activity.
Clean game and a clean reputation would far outweigh the initial outrage and backlash. Step 3, in 2024, Microsoft bought Activision for $68.7 billion.
If you round it up, it's $69 billion. Nice.
Call of Duty is now owned by Microsoft. What do Microsoft make? They make Windows. You play Call of Duty on PC with Windows. They're probably doing this already, but work more with the Windows team. Work with Microsoft. Come up with a better solution for fighting cheaters on PC, because what you got right now isn't enough, and it's ineffective.
What's the special occasion, Astro? Stopping by and saying hi.
Already, I guess it was. and if it is, rely way more on real-time in-game statistical analysis of players. From a data standpoint, obvious cheaters and rage hackers do things that human beings cannot. If that
is okay, that right there is something that I talked about before about doing data-driven analytics on the. Saw you eating, hopping by. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, I get to be background food. Jesus Christ, I get to be background audio for food. I do the same thing. I normally watch like YouTube videos and stuff when I'm making food. Every now and then I'll be on like a voice call. I like being on voice calls while I'm eating. Not because I want the other person to hear me eating, but it's just like nice background sound. But yeah, for the most part, I'll also watch stuff while I eat. But yeah, the back end stuff. Dog is my favorite background audio. Oh, thank you. The background stuff. Nope. The background things happening on the server. The back end. There we go. Wrong word. The back end stuff on the server is costly to execute. So I think they don't want to put the actual processing of how many bullets are being fired and hitting the head and all those sort of things on the server to do the anti-cheat. That maybe they will, but I don't think they want to put that extra money into it.
kind of obviously
is a good one. I try to be somewhat entertaining, even if chat's slow. I try to do my best for the people who are a part of chat at the time, but who are using me to fall asleep to, wake up to, do work to, etc., etc., etc. So like, I'm here, I'm yapping. I do my best for people.
Away. Moving on, skill-based matchmaking, engagement-based matchmaking.
You are entertaining.
Call it however you.
I'm not allowed to have an opinion on this because people keep yelling at me. So.
Yeah. However they define it. If you're watching this video, you know roughly what it is. In this section, I'm not going to discuss if I think it's a good or bad thing overall. I'm just
okay. I've talked about this before. I'm kind of not going to reiterate the things I said before about SBMM. I don't like developers taking my gameplay analytics and deciding whether or not I should win or lose matches. That I don't like. I don't mind being put in matches that are kind of close or whatever, but I don't like feeling like my game is being manipulated by the developers based on how well I can or cannot do.
I'm just going to tell you how I feel when I play this game. This feeling started with Modern Warfare 2019. When I play quick play in Call of Duty now, be that multiplayer or Warzone, I feel like I'm being manipulated.
It's like I can see the fucking future, dude. This is the third time this stream this has happened. Fourth time even. I can see the goddamn future. I know it all. Holy fucking crap, dude. This is unbelievable. It's almost like most gamers share the same fucking complaints. Holy crap.
I feel a severe lack of gameplay variety. I feel like I play with and against the same players over and over. I feel like my ping is higher on average. I feel like I wait longer for matches than ever before, and I feel like I can't play with my friends. In 2024, Call of Duty released a couple of blogs and white papers explaining how their
You know, the amazing thing about this sort of shit, people don't understand that documents like this are still propaganda. It doesn't like this is the equivalent of a company going, "Oh yeah, we did an internal audit and we found no wrongdoing." That's what this is. That's exactly what this they can leave out or add in any information that can fucking spin the narrative in any way they want. Because fuck you, we're right and you're wrong. They had this whole experiment of like, oh, well, we took away skill-based matchmaking for a certain period of time and we noticed a significant drop in people playing the game. And people are like, okay, did you ever think that was because people felt gratified and enjoyed the experience and didn't feel like they constantly had to not end on a loss? Like, no one is immune to propaganda. Like, hello? You don't know player psychology based on fucking data analytics. Like, you can't get player psychology that way. The only thing you have is... It's the epitome of using data and presenting it in a way that makes sense, but doesn't explain things or can't be enforced because the data you're presenting doesn't have a correlation to what you're trying to force it to have a correlation to, right? So
matchmaking system works. In total, 44 pages of information. Yeah. 44 pages.
The point is to get them addicted. Yeah, exactly.
It's available for free for everyone to see and read. I think it's a fascinating piece, and I really appreciate the communication from them. However, on the first page, it states the following. As the community will attest, ping is king. Connection is the most critical and heavily weighted factor in the matchmaking process. I'm sorry to say, this does not line up with my experience of the game at all. It's like pointing at an orange and telling me over and over again that it's a banana.
Yeah. This is exactly my fucking point. This is exactly my point. This is from them, by them, about their systems. This has literally no weight. They could just fucking lie to you. Thank you for the face rubs. Like, they can just straight up lie to you. And it doesn't matter because it's not a third party audit.
How can ping be king when there's a 44-page document explaining how the matchmaking works and all of these other factors are a big consideration? When I saw this for the first time, I found it quite funny, and in my head I'm doing this. So imagine a player clicks play to start matchmaking, and behind the scenes we see the matchmaking algorithm man trying to find a game for them. Okay, first thing, connection. Where are they based? North America, East Coast. Cool, cool, cool. So here's some nearby servers. And look, 50,000 people currently searching for a game in North America. Brilliant. And then we need to think about how long they've been waiting for. Let's check. Okay, so only a few seconds so far. No worries, no worries. Okay, great. I found a super low ping server that they can play in here. 5 millisecond connection. Amazing. The game is just about to start. Whoa, wait. No. We can't put them in there because their kill death ratio is too low for that lobby. I just lost a load of good servers there. Hang on a second. What platform are they on? Xbox? Okay, so maybe we can put them with more Xbox players in this lobby. Wait, no, we can't. Average score per minute, slightly higher compared to the other players in there. So that would weigh the lobby too far in one team's favor and would be less likely to be a close match.
Jesus Christ, this is crazy.
Chance instead of 95% chance. Unacceptable. How long have they waited now? Oh God, it's getting long. So what about this lobby? They don't have voice chat turned on. Can't put them in there. God, the selection of players is really getting a lot smaller now. What about the... No, not in there. So... Oh, they play controller. Good. How
Welcome
about
back.
this lobby with PlayStation players also using controller, but a crossplay? Good.
Bouncy bird friend.
Come on, don't be silly. They just played on this map before. Can't put them in there. Sorry. I'm really not sure about this. I mean, they could go in this low...
So, it seems like the point he's trying to get across is that there are way too many analytical like things that is restricting where they can go, what they can do, and what they can play. Because it genuinely used to be what's your connection? Okay, we're gonna put you in a match. Dunk, and you're done. Like in the original like Modern Warfare 1, I would get matches 15 seconds at most. At most. Were they one-sided? Yeah, sometimes. Did I get stomped? Yeah, sometimes. Did I stomp them? Yeah, sometimes. There was no skill-based matchmaking. The game didn't really care that much. And this is just crazy.
Lobby that I found, but nah, playlist diversity in their KD is too high for that lobby, so there's no way. Oh, hang on. This one looks good so far. Check. I found a good one here. It's the perfect match. Everything lines up. Skill, platform, voice chat, input, maps, playlist diversity, 0.99 chance of a close game. The numbers make sense, but I've ruled out so many other servers now. This lobby's going to be 60 ping for that player. Screw it. You know what? Throw them in there. They've waited too long. Who cares if they have a worse experience because of the ping? Go complain on Reddit, loser. See you in the next match.
Fucking Christ almighty. Just chilling. I'm good. Yeah, that's basically, okay, I think he's coming it down to, out of everything to consider, they'll give up connection first. After every consideration has gone through, they're like, if it's only 60 ping, fuck it, whatever, put them in there.
That's Call of Duty matchmaking. That's how it feels to me. That is not ping is king. If ping was king, a player would click play, it would find any group of players searching to fill a lobby in a server close to them, put them in a group together and start the match as quick as possible. That's actually what ping is king would be. And that's not how the current system is at all. So you should know, if you're playing COD today, based on the information in the document they provided, in any mode that you play, you have a hidden rating, profile, and analytics on you that are being used to put you in a lobby that it deems acceptable. Skill and engagement are big factors. You're filling a hole. And no matter what level you're at, you can't see your own or other skill rating in the game. It will always try to match you with players of similar skill. If you think that's
No, because it depends on how the Warzone matchmaking works. Because there was documentation that was, I don't remember if it was leaked. There was documentation from Apex Legends matchmaking system that said the only time they do skill-based matchmaking was for the top 5 teams, 15 people. And then what they would do would be they would fill everyone around with lower matchmaking rating. They would essentially choose the 5 teams that had a chance of winning, and then they would take everyone else and then take less skilled players and use them to fill the match. Sometimes you were the less skilled player and you just got steamrolled. Sometimes multiple times in a row. Sometimes you were the skilled player and you steamrolled. No. You're not getting a fucking match where the other 100 fucking players are the same level as you. No, it's not happening.
That's up to you. It limits the amount.
It's not happening because they can't guarantee you'll win. Right? They can't guarantee you're gonna get a win. They can't keep you engaged. That's not happening. No way.
People you play with.
Daddy tells you with which kids you can play with. Yeah, exactly.
Some ping in the game, and it extends the time waited searching for a game. If they continue with this system in Warzone and multiplayer, it's only going to get more accurate over time, by the way. It would be great to let players in game see their own rating and other players' rating for each.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, because that'll ever happen. Spoiler, it won't. Because they wouldn't expose themselves like that. They'd never fucking expose themselves like that. No way. No, they're not going to tell you you are literally like, there's like 4 people in your game with like a rating of 3,000 and then the other 100-something people have a rating of like 1,000. There's no fucking way they're going to do that. And also, that would completely expose streamer lobbies, which, by the way, yeah, someone went through a couple of streams and went through people who they thought were like, you know, kind of buddy-buddy with Activision and compiled the kill-death ratio of everyone else in the lobby compared to the streamer, and then compiled the kill-death ratio of everyone else in the lobby in a normal lobby that they would play, and there was not a little bit of a discrepancy. There was a fucking massive discrepancy. And people were like, what is this? And it was like, dude, streamers are advertisements. They're 100% average. No one is going to watch a streamer having a shit time in a fucking video game and go, oh, that game looks like fun. I want to play that game. Fuck no. No. They're going to whitelist that they're going to whitelist that ID. They're going to put those streamers in matches that make it look like they're like running through people so people can watch that and go, oh man, that looks like a lot of fun. I want to play now.
Each lobby. No. I think that would go a long way. Related to this,
that'll never happen.
To some community members and notably the efforts of content creator Exclusive Ace, they discovered the only way to see some small reference for your behind the scenes skill rating is by submitting a data and information privacy request on the Activision website. It takes a few days to receive this, but it does show you your perceived skill value. There's not much context to it though.
What the fuck is this, dude? What is this? Is it the same day? Hang on, what is this? 2024 1209. 2024 1209. What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense right here. This dude went from what, 200 skill rating to 400. That's not good. That's the epitome of you had a couple of games in a row where you did well and we fucking spiked your rating.
Hi, puppy. Hello, puppy. That more like very important puppy.
Hi, puppy. Hello, puppy. VIP, more like very important puppy. Hi, plushy puppy. What you barking at me for? What you barking at me for? Oh, thank you for the pet. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Oh my goodness, so many redeems. Thank you. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This right here makes sense. Nice slight curve. Oh, a little too high. It's coming down a little slight curve, coming down. I don't know what the fuck happened here. Get loved, idiot. Yes, I know, it's okay. Yeah, you just spiked up and you flat. And wait, yeah, this is weird. This is weird. Hi, Oracle. Hi, how are you?
And no visibility of the...
Oh, you hijacked someone else's fucking peak doggo. Yeah, okay. Friend!
Hello, it's me.
Only 2 times? You've been here more than twice. You're just not checking in.
Players that you were playing with and against, but what it does reveal is a heavily reactive system that's constantly updating.
Hello, Mario.
Heavily reactive system. Dude fucking called it. I never used the check-in. You're missing out on free renown. You're not gonna level up your ranks. You gotta get your renown.
I'd recommend watching exclusive aces.
Holy shit, dude. That's a big fucking swing.
There's videos on this if you're interested to learn more. Wrapping this bit up,
it's a puppy. Yeah, it's a puppy.
Matchmaking in COD games has become overwhelmingly toxic now.
For gore,
it's creating
okay,
more distrust in the community, and there are conspiracy theories.
I get renown the old-fashioned way by being a goober. Actually, technically speaking, you get renown by giving me money. Because our renown system rewards monetary contributions to the stream very heavily. Because hi, I like to be alive and eat food. I appreciate it. Yeah. Actually, you know what's funny? The day you tipped me, I don't think the puppy remembers who I am. I don't. You two are normally in chat very frequently. The day you donated to me, I took the money and almost like the day after, I gave it to a struggling artist. I gave it to somebody who was overworking themselves, who was a 3D artist. I was like, I bought them a couple of days off. I just immediately gave it to an artist. Because I was like, because we were on Twitter. They were followed by a couple of artists that I know were veterans and stuff. And we were talking about how they were under a lot of pressure to do a shit ton of like 3D work because they needed to like be able to afford food and rent and shit. And we were talking, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll give them some money. And I was like, I think this is more valuable for somebody in a position who's literally haven't had a day off in a while. And so I donated to them. I told them to start a coffee page. So they started a coffee page, and then I gave them the money, and I was like, look, like, it's clear that you need this. And they were like, yeah, I can finally have a couple days off. So they were able to take 2 days off, and I felt really good. And they're still obviously working. You know, they've been around for like years on Twitter. They've been modeling for years and stuff like that. So it's really nice that I didn't get scammed, right? I didn't just give it to some random on the internet who was like fucking AI generating shit. They've been around for a while, and they were part of groups and within things that like, they were a real individual. So I was happy. And then I was like, oh shit, I could have bought Monster Hunter Wilds. And then Zell came in and was like, gifted me Monster Hunter Wilds. And I was like, yay. I am so fucking spoiled by my community. It's actually ridiculous. But I always have told people that like, you know, any income that I get, if it can go to a good spot, I'm gonna do that. So
such as skill-based damage and easier matchmaking if you buy.
Quick question: How much would it take me to skyrocket to first? In dollars? Let's see. You would need to give. Oh boy. 4,000. Probably like 4 grand or so. Because 100,000 renowned is $1,000, I believe. Roughly. Because it's, yeah. Hang on, I'm trying to remember. I think $1 is 100 renown. Because it's a 1-to-1 for bits. So you would need to give 500,000, 400,000, 400. So you'd have to give $4,400 to skyrocket to first. Doggo deserves to be spoiled. No, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I bet. Mobius, don't. Not unless it's like over a long period of time. Keep your money, guy. You've worked really hard to get a job. Keep your money. They're challenging me. Here, get spoiled. I have a bit hat.
Here, get spoiled.
Look at my bit hat. Anyway.
Bundles from the store. Players also figure out ways constantly to subvert these systems through various methods. I don't know what the answer is here, but for this section, I'll leave you with this. The notion of an old school, casual, and unfiltered multiplayer experience has gone. Every match, regardless of your skill, is essentially a ranked match with no rank progression, no context of how and why you performed the way you did. You should know that you're always playing ranked, but it's just not called that. I feel like Call of Duty has forgotten that it's a toy to be played with, and their matchmaking system is designed to manipulate you.
You throw cheese at me? Give you the pets.
Next, bugs. Honestly, there's been so...
Oh yeah, by the way, Oracle, if you haven't noticed, we do have achievements. So like...
So many bugs with Warzone that there's no point documenting them all. Every game has them, it just seems that Warzone has way more than average.
Fuck, I need to do achievements for like donations and stuff. I don't have like dono achievements. They're all bits achievements. Shit.
And they take longer to fix. There's been a notable pattern too that when there are problems with the store, they're often fixed sooner in a much quicker fashion.
What's the money achievement? Yeah, I don't know if I have any. We have a lot of bits achievements. Because bits are easier to like we have achievements for like 2 bits and 3 bits and 8 bits and like whatever, right? Which is like 2 cents, 3 cents, 8 cents. So I'd have to figure out a way to do like cents based achievements, but those would be kind of like cumbersome to make. So I'd probably do like dollar amounts, and then I'm gonna feel bad because like it's it
might just be because a store problem.
Does this get me anything?
Earn the achievements O for me and big bit giver. Yes. Yay! Thank you for the $10. And yes, it does give you achievements. Yay! Oh, also, you didn't see this during the subathon because it was off. I turned it back on because we're no longer in the subathon, which means I'm not going to get bits thrown at me all the time every day. So, yeah. Now if you did the exact amount too, so it's $10 or more. So now we got a 2-minute song that plays. No, you've already seen it. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you have. Damn it. Fuck. Forgot about that. Because it was actual like a donation rather than the bits. Yeah, that's fair. The irony of this happening while I'm watching an Activision Blizzard fucking video is not lost upon me. I'm gonna be real. The fact that no one's reaching out to be like, hey, why haven't you downloaded the app? Or hey, we want more info on your background check. Or hey, what's up? Inspiring me out of not actually working out. This is 2 minutes long? Yes. They can't track if you download the app. The background check is not anything they need information from you about. Background checks are they do take some time. Normally come back clear or not. If they come back clear, which you're probably will, they won't talk to you about it. They're probably waiting on you. I had the same thing happen. I had a background check and I had a thing, and they it wasn't like anything for like a week or two. Don't worry about it. I didn't get money. Money, 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 money. I like being able to eat food. And snacks. Snacks are good too. Fuck it. Yeah, it takes a bit. Anyway, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for continuing to support Dog and Dog's eating. That dog likes to eat. I may have spent more money than normal because I bought snacks this month. Because I've been on a diet for like 6 months. So yeah.
It's generally easier to fix than a gameplay.
Dog is very supportable.
It's happened enough times now that it sends the wrong message and it creates a narrative within the
furry bait
community. Moving on, server performance. Yeah, it's not great, is it? Combined with the complex matchmaking system, you can get into some pretty rough servers.
Maybe I win.
Servers crash too, and they can be crashed by hackers.
All right, fair.
And while there's no official data, third-party testers have surmised that the game runs at between 15 to 20 tick rate. I'm no game developer, and I'm very ignorant to this, but my understanding of it is that the higher the tick rate, the more real, up-to-date version each player has of the game. In layman's terms, it's how fast everything in a lobby updates. The faster, the better. Some games like Valorant, how they...
So, tick rates should never be less than 30. Period. If you're playing a first-person shooter, your tick rate should never be less than 30. Because that is essentially, what I mean by that, is that if you are playing at 60 FPS, right, every other frame you see is where the server is actually updating. So 50% of the frames you're seeing are actual accurate frames according to the server. 15 to 20? If you're playing at 120 FPS and it's a 30 tick server, 1 out of 4 frames is accurate.
128 tick rate. So the response is very fast and hit registration, taking damage, etc. more often than not feels accurate. Obviously, Warzone has a much higher player count than Valorant of 100 to 150 players, so there may be technical problems with increasing the tick rate. I assume it would also cost more money for Activision to run high tick rate servers, but as I mentioned before, they are owned by Microsoft now, so perhaps they can sort out some kind of deal, you know? I don't even know if it would help with Warzone, but in my simple brain, it makes sense. It would be a nice olive branch for the community to spend.
Game companies at this point have been like, it doesn't matter how the performance is if we can make it happen, right? So a lot of game companies have just straight up decided that, oh, well, we want this to really happen, and like it takes a lot of resource for this to anyway. We want this to happen. It takes a lot of resources. We'll just make it go less fast. And then they do it. And it's like, look, you don't sell a car with 3 wheels and just be like, well, it's still a car. It just can't go as fast or steer as well. No, it's not a car.
And a bit more time.
A first-person shooter with low tick rate servers is not a first-person shooter.
Like Battlefield.
I was actually thinking about this.
4, for example, with 64 players, did have high tick rate servers up to 120 hertz if you wanted. That felt super snappy, good to play on. And 60 hertz then became the standard going forward. So I feel like it should be possible.
60 is good.
Too.
60 is good.
Higher tick rate servers should definitely be there already in multiplayer for smaller gamers like S&D Hardpoint.
Oh, 100%.
Sure those upgrades would make a massive positive impact on rank play and, of course, competitive, the Pro League. I think it's important that we talk about trust as well. Call of Duty has been having a very hard time with this over the last 2 years or so.
It's all about the money.
And it would appear on the surface that trust within the fan base and vocal community is at an all-time low. On almost every social...
Can you make the Squid Game collab have a game where if the developers don't fix the game, they get eliminated? When I'm an out-of-touch contest and my opponent is Call of Duty developer, they would be posting bundles while they'd be getting so much hate about block sips is crazy. I've never seen a gaming company so out of touch with its own players. I was gonna say, well, then you've never really been around Overwatch, and then I was like, oh wait, no, Overwatch is also Activision Blizzard.
Social media post or YouTube video, there is...
Not only is this absolute garbage and not anyone has ever asked for, but her hands are clipping through.
Of negative comments.
Hello, I like money.
Sometimes even community notes. It mainly
We've identified an issue that can result in erroneous visual blood effects when damage was not actually dealt while shooting at enemies in all modes. Details. Readers added context. There's a hit registration issue in Warzone on the client side. It displays the shots hit enemies in showing the visual effects of blood, but the servers don't register them as valid hits. Therefore, the error lies in the error lies in the unregistered hit, not the visual effect of blood. Oh my fucking god, dude. They literally said we shouldn't be showing blood effects until the server approves that the hit was valid. So you could literally shoot someone and have to wait a couple of frames before the server approves of the shot to show the blood effects. That is fucking hilarious. Because in so many games I have played, I have literally said I watched blood fly out of their body and I didn't get a hit marker.
Revolves around fixing the game, the cheating situation, and focusing on selling bundles and event passes instead of addressing problems with the game. The recent Squid Game event is an example of that. It gives the impression that their priorities are not in the right place. I also mentioned the thing about
buy now, LOL.
in the bug section.
I picture them literally yelling at morons who actually buy skins with the current state of the franchise.
Fixed. Other bad examples that sour trust are like during Warzone 2 when DMZ was being updated still. They sold store bundles that gave you pretty big gameplay advantages, like always spawning in at the start of a round.
Oh yeah, we've seen that one in a different video.
Could be going on behind the scenes. Generally, speaking about microtransactions too, Call of Duty feels like it crams so much of that down your throat nowadays that you get sick of the taste. The battle passes, the store, black sell, events, skins, collabs, paid for.
Oh yeah. Chat. Don't you fucking love it when you load up a video game and you immediately get hit with ads? Oh no, I'm not talking about like Pepsi or like Starbucks. No. I mean the game's ads. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. When you open up a fucking game and it hits you with a buy our battle pass, buy this new skin, do this, do that, look at our challenges, look what we can do. It's like, holy fucking shit, dude, I'm already playing your game, calm the fuck down. I love getting ads in my game for my game.
4 passes in your face as soon as you boot up the game. It's way too focused on the business and engagement side of things, and I think it's really starting to have a negative impact on the gameplay and player base now. Trust is important, and the only way out of this is to start actually delivering good updates and fixes.
Ubisoft be like, yeah, dude, it's every company at this point. It's every company. It's just
more transparent.
Yo, dog, I heard you like ads. So we put some ads in your ads while you play our storefront.
Do things and instead just start doing the things.
I love that you triggered the blame Twitch, not me. That's so funny.
Do the talking. Wrapping things up because I don't want this video to go on too long. It probably already is, but I feel like many of these issues that I have could be rectified if they were to separate Warzone from the main Call of Duty titles so they weren't shackled and bound by that anymore. Make it a separate game.
No, because they don't think they'll be able to justify selling a $70 Warzone game and a $70 Call of Duty game. And they don't want to split their player base up even farther.
With its own dedicated dev team, engine, weapon values, cycles,
money, more money.
And to go back to the drawing board, really diving into what made 2020 Warzone so good in the first place. It has started to...
No, they're just going to release 2020. They're just going to release 2020 Warzone. They're going to call it 2020, or they're going to call it Warzone Classic.
Become tiresome every year when there's a new COD game to learn, unlock and grind all these new weapons for Warzone, and every time they do a new integration, it shakes up the gameplay too much in my opinion. The art style changes, the vibe changes, the gameplay changes, turning players away from what they knew and throwing too many curveballs at them. PUBG, as I mentioned at the start of the video, it's the only battle royale game right now that I still play somewhat regularly. As of making this video on a Sunday in January, PUBG has 507.
Wait, PUBG actually still being played? Wait, that's crazy. Holy shit, dude. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I kind of thought PUBG was dead. I didn't know that PUBG was legitimately still actively being played. I play it. Really? I haven't heard in my circle or VTubing space or whatever, anyone playing PUBG. The fact that like the average players are 300,000, that's kind of bonkers to me. I mean, good for that. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this graph. Look at this graph too. Look at this. 2018, big fall off. But like 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, maintaining 300,000. That's pretty fucking good.
1,000 players on PC Steam
That's
right now,
pretty
with a
good.
24-hour peak of 758,000. That's impressive. In the 7+ years that the game has been out, it hasn't massively deviated from its original vision at launch either.
Okay, Jack, just fucking read my mind. It's cool.
It is still a battle royale. They added more big maps over time. They didn't try and shake up the game mechanics every year or make drastic sweeping changes. The movement is exactly the same as day one, apart from some good quality of life changes which were added, such as vaulting and hoisting. I enjoy kicking back on the game, playing with friends from time to time. And I don't
Dude, this looks like, I know this was probably made on the Arma engine, but it just looks like Arma engine.
engage with the battle pass or cosmetics either. I don't care about the progression. I just play the game and enjoy it for what it is, a game. Warzone needs to break away,
thank you.
in my opinion. It needs to draw a clean line in the sand where they can...
No, you killed Trepid Puppy 666. Why did you kill the puppy, Trepid Puppy 666?
Can build from scratch again.
It was just a puppy.
What it is and what it wants to be. As a player,
Deserved.
I'm looking for that level of consistency. A clean break would also be a great opportunity for the COD team to tell players that from this point in time, any purchases they make are staying with them in
Rest in
Warzone,
peace,
so
puppy.
they feel that they can invest and commit to the game in the long term. In Fortnite, for example, that isn't...
By the way, fun fact. Okay, so I think Chips might have this experience with me, or Orange, or Oracle. Okay, both of you, if Oracle, if you're still here. Have you guys ever seen your name pop up in a normal conversation where someone's like, yeah, I'm gonna go pick up some oranges, or like, yeah, I'm eating from a bag of chips, and just like kind of had a moment of whiplash where you're like, oh, they don't mean me, because I was lurking in a chat and I saw someone talking about their dog or talking about a dog or whatever. And my ears, like my visual ears, like when I saw the word dog, I just went, oh, hello, me? And I went, oh shit, wait, no, my name, like the thing I identify as like dog or Delta or whatever, like that is common. And every now and then I'll just see the word dog and I'll be like, hello, me? Oh fuck, wait, no, that's not for me.
Even a question.
It drives me nuts.
Your account stays on your account and it will be accessible to you. On Steam, when Black Ops 6 released, the daily concurrent player count of the COD launcher was 300.
Anytime I hear a word that starts with O, my head snaps to them. O'Reilly's
6,000.
Auto Parts.
Encompasses multiple COD games too. As of today,
so it used to be called Oaken. I can call you that now.
that number is currently sitting at 50,000 concurrent players. Remember, these games are available on Game Pass, Battle.net, and consoles too, so the actual overall player number is much higher than this, but what the Steam charts show us is a trend. If COD is losing...
No way you just called an airstrike on that poor dude.
Steam,
no
it's
way.
Probably losing a proportionate amount on other platforms too.
You didn't even get the kill for it.
Definitely feels a bit different to me. When Warzone released, it was a nice white t-shirt. You wore it every day, you washed it. It came back looking like new, smelling great. Each time there was a new season, a big map update to Verdansk, a new point of interest.
Is when you dropped it in the mud.
You felt the excitement. The Halloween event was incredible. Then you got killed by a cheater for the 10th time. That left a stain. And then the server lagged out again. That left a stain. And then you got squad wiped in the final circle by someone glitching under the map. New stain. And then you were told that the cosmetics you paid for didn't carry across to the next version of the game. Big stain. You couldn't use your kill streak. Stain. You try and wash it and you can't get those stains out, but you keep playing, trying it again, and then you get killed by someone who made no footstep sounds running on the floorboards right next to you. New stain. Then a flying hacker car wipes you out. Stain. They take your favorite game away. New stain. Your game crashes with a dev error. Stain. You take the t-shirt off, you throw it in the washer, one more spin, comes out, no difference. It doesn't change. There's too many stains on it. They've left too many marks. And you know what? You're not going to wear that t-shirt anymore. Warzone needs a new t-shirt. This game was a massive deal for Call of Duty. Free to play, exciting and fresh. I spent hours having fun on the game with friends, but I don't play it much at all anymore. I find that kind of sad considering how good it used to be, and I hope that we can come back to that in the future. Yes, I know Warzone 2020, it wasn't perfect. There were some big issues with balance, dead silence, stopping pirates.
Also, like, Oracle or Olkin. I'll probably do Oracle just because I'm going to read your name quickly. Okay. There is something to be said about not nostalgia goggles, but like getting to play a game that hasn't really existed before, right? Like Call of Duty turned Battle Royale with their quality of their movement and like all the other things hadn't existed before. So like, yeah, part of it might be that it was a better game, but I think also part of it is just that how much can you play a game that is kind of the same before you just get bored of playing that game, right? New games are shiny and fun and different, and you have the novelty of the game being new is fun. But eventually you'll start, seeing issues with it. So is it that the game had no issues and you could still play through it all the time, or is it that it was just new and different?
Right? But goddamn, it was fun as hell. Simple, easy to understand, easy to pick up, and an amazing sandbox to play in. Perhaps
it's kind of like me and Monster Hunter right now. I fucking love Wilds. I loathe the optimization. I'm the Grinch. I loathe entirely the optimization of that game. It's fucking terrible. The fact that they basically made the game with the assumption that people were going to be playing with frame gen on and just let it crash. And it's unacceptable. It is unacceptable. But that aside, the gameplay is fun and engaging. And I've gotten 75 to 80 hours out of that game. And I feel like I'm done, but I don't resent it. It's such a weird feeling of being able to play a game and feeling content that I have progressed through it and not being fucking pushed into hating it. Because like every single goddamn live service game has gone to the point where they will not stop until players leave because they hate it. To finish a game and feel like it is a live service game, because Monster Hunter is a bit of a live service game. It's constantly updating, it's getting stuff, and then like eventually it'll end, but it normally goes for like a couple of years. To play a game that I know is going to get more content and just be like, I finished it, I beat it, I did the things, and just like sit down and wait. So refreshing. It's so refreshing. The fact that I don't need to feel like I have to constantly be playing the game to have fun with it and that I can't put it down is great. But all of these other games, dude, it's just been like a headache, a constant headache of I don't know what the developers are doing with these games, but getting to the point where like I stopped playing these games I once had fun with because the people on the other end creating the game made it unfun over time. It's just like, god damn,
we'll never
dude.
Get back to that, and perhaps that's a
recent update caused me to crash after 15 minutes of playing. How recent? Couple days ago, like 2 days ago, or like a week ago.
But I think that the foundation that they had there should have been nurtured and improved upon instead.
Because I'm not having crashing issues,
but time again. Luckily, we're sport for choice, and there are plenty of other
played
amazing games to choose from
night.
right now. I wish the developers luck going forward, and I'll be keeping a close eye on updates. Thanks for watching. Do let me know your thoughts below, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.
Damn. Big fucking video drop 4 days ago. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I know there's some people having like RAM issues or VRAM issues or stuff like that. Not saying like anyone's wrong. It doesn't affect me, so I can't have any opinion on it. But I also might be playing on graphic settings, right, that aren't causing the crash. Like I might have turned off some settings so I don't get the crash, and some people might have settings on and they are getting the crash. I don't know. Big thing. That was a big video. That was like 2 hours to get through. Yeah, I feel that in my bones. That is, you could replace Warzone. You could replace Call of Duty Warzone in this video with pretty much any other game. You're gonna replace it with Battlefield. You're gonna replace it with Overwatch. You know, obviously Call of Duty. You could put so many games here and just it works. Like the gaming industry, the multiplayer gaming industry as a whole has just been absolutely fucking plummeting. It's been terrible. But we are getting close. We only got 5 minutes left of stream. So I'll go ahead and hang out with you guys for a little bit before we end. So, hello guys, how are you doing? We've hit a wall with the multiplayer gaming. Like we can't like progress anymore in a meaningful way. Yeah, I think we have. I think it's because of the monies. Heading out. Heading? Oh yeah. Okay, or go.
Have good
Thank you. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. I hope everything like the medical stuff is going well. Next time you come in, remind me to yap with you about that shit that happened that we talked about last time. I completely forgot to catch up on it because I was so distracted by doing React content. But have a good day. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you for giving me money for eating food. I'm definitely not accidentally spending money on other people because I think they're in the worst position that I'm in. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oracle's nice. I like them. They're good people. They care about others. Almost there. Almost there. Almost to 100,000 per kibble. That's got to go down at some point, right? I might have to check my code. Hang on. I'm going to check my code because I don't think I fucked up, but like that's really high. Let me check the bounds. Nope. No. No, it's not fucked. Wow. Okay. No, that's just how it is. I'm not touching that. Delta put an absolute value somewhere. No, I didn't. Sometimes I'll play the market a little bit just to fuck with you guys. But no, this time around it genuinely really has climbed that high all on its own. The market, I think the market is still updating. So I removed the frequency, or rather I lessened the frequency of the updates coming through into chat because it was kind of quick and it was getting annoying. But I do believe that it is moving every 15 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, so it's still moving every 15 minutes, but you guys aren't seeing the movement every 15 minutes, and then it updates publicly about what had moved during that time. Was he gonna tariff? Nah, I'm not gonna tariff anybody. I'm not gonna tariff anybody. I don't have any control over that shit. I have no control over that. Because the thing is that, you know, there's an equal opportunity for it to go in the opposite direction as it is going. Oh, also I can turn on Spotify again because we're at the end of stream and I'm talking and I want to hear things. Oh my goodness, hi Calico. Why you biting, Mampy? Why stop biting, puppy? Yeah, there's an equal opportunity for it to go up than it does down. I just somehow it managed to go almost to 100,000. And it went down to 3,000 at one point. It got really low. It got so low that the following day I had to reopen the software to implement a like crash protection so it couldn't go below a certain value. Because I was worried that it was going to get so low that it was going to become unreasonable. I do not recognize the song, so we're skipping it. Wow. All right, everybody. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. We are at the end of stream. We are at our 4 hours. We did our React content. So get your gambles out of your way. Get your stuff that you want to do out of the way before I go ahead and close out our stream. Negative stock price. We get to pay to take stocks.
Dog's hourly payment using your eyeballs.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that one. I don't think I'm going to do that one. Winning. All right. I hope a nice Chris Pondo. I hope you guys have a great day. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Again, I forgot to do it this time, but if you are here and you are listening in the background and you are just kind of like not really doing very much, listen to me right now before I go, okay? Listen to Doggo. If you like the React content, if you like hearing me talk about shit in the background, support me doing the React content by dropping reacts in the Discord. Jump in the Discord, find a video you like, find a video that you would want my opinion on, chuck it into the React channel, and next week or the week after, at some point, I will watch it. You don't have to do it right now, but you should. But yeah, support our reacts on Sundays. Stop by in the Discord, leave something in the React channel. All right. I'm gonna go. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with me.